like to call this special council meeting to order. I'll do the land acknowledgement when we get to the council and committee meeting. Madam Clerk, the roll call.
All members of council are present, Your Worship, with the exception of Councillor Butler.
Thank you. There are no announcements at this time. I'll save those for the committee meeting, and there is no addendum for this special council meeting. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? There being none, then Councillor Noyes, you have a motion, a resolution for us to go into closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Dubanow that council will now hold a closed session meeting at 5:33 to consider the following. A, pursuant to Section 239, in brackets C of the Municipal Act 2001, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land, by the municipality or local board. And Section 239(2) in brackets F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, regarding the sale of 271 Ridgeway Road. And B, pursuant to Section 239 in brackets 2 in brackets C of the Municipal Act 2001, a proposed or pending acquisition of or disposition of land by the municipality or local board regarding proposed acquisition of land, parkland.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed? That is carried. Okay, we've come back into the council chamber, and Councillor Zanko, you have a resolution for us to move out of closed session and back into open session.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Noyes, that council does now rise and reconvene from closed session at 6:15 p.m. with respect to the following items. Item A, sale of 271 Ridgeway Road. We rise with report that staff proceed as directed. With regard to item B, proposed acquisition of land, parkland, we also rise with report that staff proceed as directed.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed? That is carried. Councillor Dubanow, you have first and second reading for the bylaw number 79.
Yes, I do, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Noyes that bylaw number 79, 2022, to appoint Mark Schmidt as interim fire chief for the town of Fort Erie and to repeal bylaw number 44, 2017 is given first and second reading.
All those in favor? Unopposed? That is carried. Are there any questions or comments with respect to that bylaw? If not, Councillor McDermott, you have third and final reading.
Thank you, Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Dubanow, that bylaw number 79, 2022 is given third and final reading to be signed by the mayor and the clerk under the corporate seal.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed? That is carried. Councillor Zanko, first and second reading for the confirmatory bylaw, please.
Yes, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Dubanow, that bylaw number 80-2022 to confirm the actions of council at its special council meeting held on July 11th, 2022 is given first and second reading.
All in favor? None opposed? That is carried. Councillor Noyes, third and final reading.
Thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself and seconded by Council Dubanow that bylaw number 80-2022 is given third and final reading to be signed by the mayor and the clerk under the corporate seal.
Are there any questions or comments? All in favor? None opposed? That is carried. Councillor Dubanow, after seconding all of those other resolutions, you can now take the lead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McDermott that council adjourns at 6:17 p.m. to reconvene into a regular meeting of council on July 18th, 2022.
All in favor? That is carried. So this meeting is adjourned. And I'm going to call the council and committee meeting to order. Before we proceed, I want to acknowledge that the land that we are situated on here is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, and the Adirondack people. Many Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe people, including Mississaugas of the Credit, continue to occupy this area and add to the richness and diversity of our community. Madam Clerk, the roll call.
All members of council are present, Your Worship, with the exception of Councillor Butler.
Thank you. There is an addendum this evening, and it relates to a delegation, Jill Brewster, with respect to an item that's related to the Land Committee minutes. And so she will be addressing council after, we're going to be moving her up so that she will address council after the consent agenda items are dealt with. In terms of announcements, just a few. This past weekend was fantastic weather, and there were a number of things going on in Fort Erie. Fantastic return to the Ridgeway Festival on Saturday. Full day of activities right into the night. I understand even the concert in the evening was fantastic. I didn't happen to make that because my wife and I were babysitting so that my daughter and her husband could make the street dance. But we'll have to figure that out going forward. We also had a wonderful concert at the Crystal Beach Waterfront Park, courtesy of the Friends of Crystal Beach. Neil Young performed, large crowd, and again, fantastic evening. It was beautiful out there. On Saturday in Crystal Beach, there were 5 business openings on Derby Road. Those were all contained in buildings that Phil Smith has been renovating, part of the old Ontario Hotel. Fantastic job, fantastic strip. For those who grew up in Crystal Beach, I'm looking at Joe Brewster, that must be heartwarming for you to see how that has been revitalized. It's fantastic. I wanted to mention as well that we have on our agenda, but it's going to be put over so there can be further contact with us with respect to the traffic calming study that's on Let's Talk Fort Erie. So anyone who has comments, please provide them to us. And then finally, I was alerted to the fact that in last week's National Hockey League draft, a local boy, Owen Mellenbacher, was drafted by the Detroit Red Wings in the 7th round. So good for him, and congratulations to the Mellenbachers, another hockey player. Okay, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? There being none, there is a public meeting scheduled for Monday, July the 18th with respect to the Douglastown Third Access pre-design review, and that will take place in the council chambers starting at 6 o'clock. The report, IS 21-2022, is on our agenda from our June committee meeting, or was it the June council meeting? Committee meeting. So that can be found on our website. We have a public meeting this evening. It is the proposed zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision with respect to property municipally known as 726 Gorham Road. This public meeting will be started with a presentation from Mackenzie Cece of the town staff, who will provide background information to council. And once she has completed her presentation, members of council will be asking her questions if there are any. Thereafter, we will ask the proponent of the plan of subdivision if he wishes, or an agent on his behalf wishes, to address council. And again, council will be at liberty to ask questions if they wish. Thereafter, we will ask if there's anyone in the audience that wishes to address council, or if there's anyone. Is this a hybrid meeting, public meeting? Okay, or if there's anyone who's in the waiting room, and Cole Patton, our digital expert, will check that. Anyone who wishes to speak in support of the application. We'll then ask if there's anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to the application or wishes to ask questions of members of council with respect to the application. And thereafter, there is an information report on our agenda which council will consider later on during the meeting. So I'm going to start by asking Mackenzie Cece if she would like to address council. Good evening.
All right, thank you, Your Worship. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and residents. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information regarding a proposed zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision for the lands municipally known as 726 Gorham Road. The owner is Mark Spadafora of 2655321 Ontario Limited, and the agent is Jacob Dickey of Urban in Mind. The draft plan of subdivision application proposes the creation of a subdivision containing a total of 8 lots, each with frontage on Gorham Road. In order to facilitate the creation of the proposed subdivision, the applicant has submitted a concurrent zoning bylaw amendment application, which proposes to rezone a portion of the subject property that is currently zoned Residential 1 zone to a site-specific Residential 2 zone in order to permit the proposed lot frontages. Notification of the July 11th, 2022 public meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act by placing a notice in the June 16th, 2022 edition of the Fort Erie newspaper. In addition, all property owners within 120 meters of the subject property were mailed a notice of complete application and public meeting on June 17th, 2022. The subject property is located in the Ridgeway Thunder Bay neighborhood of the town of Fort Erie, north of Nye Road, and it abuts the northern limit of the existing urban boundary. The subject property is 6,807 square meters in size, or 0.68 hectares, with roughly 120 meters of frontage on Gorham Road, which is a Niagara Regional road. The property partly contains the floodplain associated with Beaver Creek, which is located to the east of the subject property, and the property currently contains a single detached dwelling and a corresponding septic system. A vegetative buffer associated with Beaver Creek is located along the east property line, and the remaining land area largely consists of a manicured lawn. The following summarizes the land uses surrounding the subject property. So to the north, we have rural lands and a single detached dwelling at 792 Gorham Road. To the south, we have single detached dwellings at 710 Gorham Road and the south of Nye Road. And we have vacant residential lands alongside the Niagara Regional Nye Road sewage pumping station, which is located to the southeast of the subject property. To the east, we have Beaver Creek Watercourse and its associated floodplain. And to the west, on the opposite side of Gorham Road, we have single detached dwellings. So here's an image of the subject property looking east from Gorham Road. Here you can see part of the vegetative buffer associated with the Beaver Creek Watercourse. This next image of the subject property is looking northeast from Gorham Road, and we can see part of the attached garage there to the right of the image. And the final image of the subject property is looking southeast from Gorham Road, and here you can see the existing single detached dwelling and septic system. The subject property is designated low-density residential in part and environmental protection in part in the Town of Fort Erie Official Plan and the Ridgeway Thunder Bay Secondary Plan. Lands designated environmental protection are associated with the Beaver Creek floodplain, and no development is proposed in this area that is designated environmental protection. The secondary plan states that lands designated low-density residential are reserved for single-detached, semi-detached, and duplex dwellings, and a density range of up to 25 units per hectare. So the proposed draft plan of subdivision that's before you has a gross density of 11.76 units per hectare and a net density of 17 units per hectare when we exclude the lands that are impacted by the floodplain and the fish habitat buffer that are on site. Staff note that subsection 4.18.6C of the secondary plan notes that new or redeveloping low-density development can be expected to comprise smaller lot areas and dimensions, providing for the efficient use of existing infrastructure and a variety of housing. The subject property is not impacted by archaeological, mineral aggregate, or petroleum resources as identified in the respective schedules of the town's official plan. Further, there are no natural heritage features identified on Schedule C of the official plan. Schedule C1 of the official plan identifies the subject property as containing a natural hazard, and the natural hazard is a floodplain that's associated with Beaver Creek. Beaver Creek, which is located immediately east of the subject property, contains a Type 1 critical fish habitat, and the regional official plan requires a minimum setback width of 15 meters from a watercourse that provides a Type 1 critical fish habitat. An environmental impact study has been submitted with these applications. The subject property is currently zoned residential 1 zone in part and hazard zone in part in accordance with the Town of Fort Erie's comprehensive zoning bylaw number 129/1990 as amended. Permitted uses in the R1 zone include 1 single detached dwelling per lot, and development is not permitted in the hazard zone. The proposed draft plan of subdivision contains a total of 8 lots, each with frontage on Gorham Road. Lot 7, which is the largest of the 8 lots, is proposed to retain the existing single detached dwelling and all of the lands impacted by the floodplain that's associated with the Beaver Creek watercourse. Lots 1 to 6 and 8 are intended for the future development of single detached dwellings and will be and each of those lots will be located entirely outside of the floodplain and hazard zone. Staff note that the existing septic system will have to be decommissioned prior to the registration of the subdivision. The lot frontages of the proposed lots range from 13 meters, which applies to lot 8, so that's the lot to the furthest south there that I have highlighted, and range to 16.45 meters, which is lot 7, which is the one to just to the north of lot 8, which contains all of the floodplain. The majority of the lots have lot frontages that are just shy of 15.00 meters, and the areas of the proposed lots are all in excess of 600 square meters. The schedule displayed on this slide illustrates the applicant's proposed zoning changes. The existing residential 1 zone has a minimum lot frontage requirement of 18 meters and a minimum lot area requirement of 600 square meters. Although the areas of the proposed lots are all in excess of 600 square meters, the frontages of lots 1 to 6 and 8 are deficient, thus necessitating the zoning bylaw amendment. The lands currently zoned residential 1, which are shown in white on the schedule that's displayed here, are proposed to be changed to a site-specific residential 2 zone that includes a provision to address the deficient lot frontages. All proposed lots will exceed the 510 square meter lot area requirement of the residential 2 zone, and future dwellings are proposed to comply with all other provisions of the residential 2 zone, including height, setbacks, and lot coverage. The hazard zone, as depicted with the diagonal lines, will be maintained on the portion of the property that is currently impacted by the Beaver Creek floodplain. The red line shows the regulated extent of the floodplain, and the floodplain currently impacts the rear of the lands that correspond with proposed lots 7 and 1, so 1 being the furthest northern lot and second to the south for lot 7. In order to contain the floodplain wholly on lot 7, the applicant is proposing to modify the floodplain and corresponding hazard zone by bringing in fill as permitted through a work permit with the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, and this permit has been obtained by the applicant. The schedule also shows the proposed variable width fish habitat buffer from the watercourse, and this is shown in pink, along with the proposed rain gardens as recommended by the environmental impact study that was conducted. The proposed buffer has an average width of approximately 18.1 meters, and regional environmental staff were in support of the environmental impact study's recommendations. Recognizing the importance of this buffer and the proposed rain gardens, the applicant, in consultation with town and regional staff, is proposing to introduce a site-specific environmental conservation overlay zone, which is shown with the solid gray. And this includes the lands that are impacted by the fish habitat buffer and the proposed rain gardens. Town and regional staff proposed this additional zoning to ensure that future development cannot occur within the fish habitat buffer, and that the rain gardens cannot be decommissioned by future landowners. A public information open house for these applications was held on June 7th, 2022. All property owners within 120 meters of the subject property were notified of the open house via mailed notice. One member of the public was in attendance, and at the time of writing the report, comments were received by email from 2 additional area residents. A summary of the public comments and questions received and responses to these comments and questions will be presented on the following slide. So the first concern that was identified was with respect to the current speed limit on Gorham Road, and that the development will result in unsafe conditions for vehicles entering and exiting the new lots. Staff note that Gorham Road is a Niagara Regional road and that no safety concerns were identified by regional staff. However, regional staff have been notified of the residents' concerns. The second area of interest that was identified were concerns related to the compatibility of the proposed residential 2 zoning. Staff note that the properties surrounding the subject property are predominantly used for low-density residential development, specifically single detached dwellings. The proposal is consistent with the surrounding land uses and built form and addresses compatibility concerns relative to the adjacent watercourse. The next concern was with respect to privacy fencing, as the adjacent landowner to the south was requesting a privacy fence along the south property line of the subject property. Planning staff will be implementing a provision of a privacy fence along the south property line of the subject property as a condition of draft plan approval. Further, staff note that the applicant's environmental impact study notes that a permanent rear yard fence is proposed across the entire site to separate the subdivision from Beaver Creek. As a result, regional environmental planning staff have included the provision of a rear yard fence as a condition of draft plan approval. The next concern was with respect to floodplain restoration. The adjacent property owner to the south would like to see the harmonious cleanup, protection, and rehabilitation of vegetation in the floodplain associated with Beaver Creek. Planning staff note that regional environmental planning staff have requested the preparation of a watercourse restoration and enhancement plan as a condition of draft plan approval. The region has requested that the plan incorporates dense plantings of native trees and shrubs that complement the adjacent vegetation communities, and the removal of any invasive species should they be incorporated as appropriate. Further, the region requests that the subdivision agreement contains wording wherein the owner agrees to implement the plan. With respect to fire hydrants, there was some interest in terms of the fire hydrant requirements associated with the proposed development. Development approval staff have requested the relocation of the existing fire hydrant to coincide with the new dead end that is created through the extension of the water main. Staff are also requesting the addition of a second fire hydrant in order to provide adequate fire protection. With regards to the floodplain modification, the adjacent property owner to the south is interested to know how the proposed floodplain modifications will affect their property. The agent has noted that there should be no change or effect on the property to the south as a result of the modified flood line and hazard zoning boundaries. The next concern was with respect to the Niagara Road sewage pumping station and plantings with respect to the property lines. The adjacent property owner to the south would like to see a tree line planted along the west property line of the Niagara Regional Niagara Road sewage pumping station. Planning staff note that the subject property that is subject to these development applications does not abut the sewage pumping station, and that the request is outside of the scope of these development applications. Lastly, there was a concern regarding the frequency of applications for rezoning generally. Staff note that property owners have the right to submit development applications under the Planning Act. The decision to approve or deny an application is subject to Town Council, and each application is assessed individually based on its merit with respect to provincial, regional, and town policies. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ceci. Do any members of council have any questions? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Through you to Ms. Ceci, thank you for your presentation. In regards to sewer hookups,
Yes.
My question is going to be on the people to the west.
Right.
Now, they're not going to have a choice. They're going to have to, if the sewer is extended to this new subdivision, the people on the other side of the road are going to have to hook up. Is that how it goes, or will they have the option of not?
Through you, Mayor Redekop, so 2 property owners will be impacted. There's currently a town bylaw that requires that within 12 months, they either have to connect to the sanitary sewer or they will be charged a monthly fee for essentially the infrastructure being at the property line. So through the extension of the services, they will be required in some manner to either connect or to financially contribute to that infrastructure. So there's 2 property owners that will be impacted by that because the sanitary sewer is already extending to the south limits of the property.
Thank you for that. Any idea what it would cost them to hook up to the sewers? My concern is that they've invested in their septic system. They're not having any problems with their septic system. And now, because of the bylaw and everything else, for all the right reasons, they're going to have to hook up to the sewer. Is there any compensation that the developer would offer them to offset the price?
Through you, Your Worship, that hasn't been something that's been discussed today. It's something staff could go back and look at. We recognize there would be substantial costs in terms of, it depends where their plumbing for the house currently is. They might have to reroute that to the front of the property, and then the laterals would be something that typically the developer would take care of bringing those to the property. But from a plumbing perspective, it could be an additional cost, but we can certainly consider that factor.
Okay, I would appreciate that information.
Absolutely.
It may be quite a severe hardship to some of them, to those 2 particular property members. I have another question in regards to the rain garden.
Great.
This is the first time I recall, I'm not saying it's ever been put in any report, and I've read the description of the rain garden. Is that something that we usually put in, or is that like a new environmentally climate?
So it was something that the region had mentioned at the pre-consultation stage as a potential way to enhance the vegetative buffer associated with the water course. It's not something we typically see with a lot of developments, but certainly a great way to divert any surface flow to the rain gardens. They would incorporate a lot of natural vegetation and would be able to accept some water before it's going to the creek, and as well as enhancing essentially the quality. So it's certainly something we don't see a lot, but there is, with the environmental impact study and a review from an engineer who is essentially setting out the size of the rain gardens, the depth, how much water they should be accepting, and from there we thought it would be suitable to implement that environmental conservation overlay zone to ensure that they would be maintained in the future.
Thank you. There's one last question, if I may. In regards to the speed limit, I know that, and we, Councillor Lubberts and I actually met with one of the neighbors there, and they were concerned about the speed limit on Gorham Road. And I see in the report that you referred it to the region, and the region hasn't commented on that. today?
Through your worship, the region hasn't commented yet, but we will be looking for a response from them at the recommendation report stage as to any consideration they'll be given to addressing that.
And the speed limit right now is 60 there, right?
I believe so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Could you just go back to, I think, slide 10?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, there it is. I'm looking at Lot 1, and I'm assuming that that's where they're requesting that they would put in some fill.
Through your worship, that's correct. So there's that speckled area along the north property line, so that would be what they are bringing in fill to essentially
So
raise that elevation.
when I look at the chart next to it, I see that their lot frontage, they're not asking for any change to the lot frontage.
Through your worship, they are requesting a site-specific provision to address the deficient lot frontages. So currently, the only one that would comply with the R2 zone that they're proposing would be Lot 7, which would contain all of the floodplain. The rest of the lots have a lot frontage that's less than 15 meters. Vast majority of them are actually within 14.9 meters.
11 meters? Oh, all right, okay. I'm reading this wrong because it says here that the zoning regulation for frontage, the existing zoning requirements are 18 meters, and then the site-specific requirements is as proposed.
As proposed by the developer.
Oh, well, then what is it? I mean,
So there's various ones. So in terms of Lot 8 to the furthest south, we're looking at 13 meters, so that's the smallest one, the very southern lot. Lot 7, 16.45 meters, so that's the one that's going to be in excess of the R2 zone requirements, which require 15. Lot 6 would be 14.95, so just shy of that 15. Lot 5 would be 14.93, so again, just shy of that 15 meters. Lot 4, 14.90 meters, so again, just shy. Lot 3, 14.87 meters, so again, just shy of that 15. Lot 2, 14.52 meters, and then Lot 1 to the north would be 14.90 meters. So a lot of them are within 0.10 meters of what would be required under the R2 zone, but currently what's in place is the residential 1 zone.
so the R2 zone is, what's the minimum frontage?
15 meters,
15?
yes.
And that was something that was brought to secondary plan for Ridgeway as well?
So currently the zoning in place is the R1 zone, so 18 meters. So that's currently, if today,
18 meters is what's in the secondary plan right now,
is within the zoning bylaw, correct?
and the secondary plan,
By virtue, yes.
yeah.
Yep.
And when we approved that, the 18 meters, even when we approved the 15 meters, that's good planning, right?
I mean, we accept the applications, and staff, our job is to review them against town, regional, provincial policies to determine if it is indeed good planning. At this point, it's the information report, so, we're not providing a full commentary on our position on it, but we will be at the recommendation report stage providing you with a recommendation with regards to the applications.
Yeah, I get what you're saying there, but when we set these rules, we've set these rules based on good planning.
That's correct.
So his recommendation is not good planning.
I think there's a lot of factors to consider with respect to what constitutes good planning in terms of infrastructure, the use of urban land. We assess every application based on the merit of that application. So it's not to say that a site wouldn't be suitable for some other form of development, even though the secondary plan would be in place to date.
So the next one on minimum lot area,
Right.
the existing zoning that he has right now, he has to have minimum lot area of 600 square meters. Is that the minimum lot area for the whole lot, or is that what's left over after the house is built?
So that 600 square meters would be what would be required per lot. So the developer essentially could have elected to come in with an application and they'd be subject to the current zoning requirements. So each lot would have to be 600 square meters. When they rezone or are proposing to rezone to the residential 2 zone, where it goes down to 510 square meters. But what I noted was that all of the proposed lots are actually in excess of the 600 square meters. So even though the R2 zone would be in place, they're all in excess of the 600 square meters. So they're actually meeting that provision of the R1 zone.
What's the 510 square meters that's on the chart here? What does that represent?
That's the standard R2 zone provision for lot area for the residential 2 zone. That's what they would be subject to.
He wants R2 zone.
He wants R2 zone, that's correct. However, what he's proposing is in excess of that.
And just out of curiosity, this place on lot 1 that they want to fill,
Right.
what's the square meters of that, just that fill area?
I don't have the specific details of that. Perhaps the agent can comment on that when he addresses council.
Yeah, because what I'd like to know is if they stayed with the required set or frontages and required lot sizes, could we eliminate that? Maybe that fill is not required if we have the proper, everything proper.
Would you know that, Ms. Cece, or is that something you look
Through,
into?
through your worship, I can look into that and perhaps the agent can comment. If not, we can certainly provide you with that information.
All right. Now, on lot 7, it doesn't show here on this here, but it does show in the report. Lot 7 in the report, like all the other lots, they have a solid black line, like a thick black line at the back edge of the lot. But lot 7 doesn't have that. When I look at the report, it shows lot 7 is fronts on Gorham Road, and then at the back, then it spreads out north and south, and it's all one parcel of land. Is that correct?
That's correct. So the idea behind that is because the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority doesn't support lot lines through the floodplain and through features that they regulate. So the idea behind this was that Lot 7 would contain the entirety of the floodplain on that larger parcel, and that the remaining lots would be entirely outside of the floodplain, so they wouldn't be impacting that natural feature. So that was, this is the attempt to keep those separate from the development.
Now, in your other slide, you showed that there was a request for fencing.
That's correct.
Okay. Personally, I don't really care for fencing, but I understand why they're requesting it for privacy. But if they put a privacy fencing on this subdivision, once you sell the lots, who's responsible for the fence?
Through your worship, I would imagine it would depend on if it's the developer putting up the fence, and it's really a technicality in terms of where it's located with respect to the property line. If it's on the property line, it would be a joint endeavor. If the developer were to put it on lot 8, that would be, then it would be maintained by the future owner of that property.
If it's not on the property owner's property side of the property line, then it would be in purgatory, basically. It's in the floodplain, it's MPCA. Would they be responsible for the fencing then?
Are you talking about, Councillor Lubberts, just for clarity, you're talking about the fence that's going to be along the southerly limit of this parcel? From
Only going
Gorham?
by It was a recommendation or a request by one of the residents that there
Right.
be a privacy fence.
Right.
And I can see, you can see what's happening. This is going to be a problem in the future because the privacy fence is going to be built by the developer. The developer, he's gone. Once everything is sold, now we have this fence. 15 years from now, that starts falling down. And everybody says, well, no, it's not mine. I would prefer that if they're going to put privacy, they would put a privacy buffer of vegetation. That way, the vegetation stays, it grows, it doesn't fall down, doesn't break down, it'll just keep growing, and it's much easier and cheaper to replace than a fence.
Your worship, if I could assist the council.
Of course.
So the
You don't need to stand.
requirement is for the developer to provide a privacy fence between the new lot that's being created and the lot that belongs to a private individual. And so the developer only owns the land on which he's creating new lots. So the fence would be put on the newly created lot, and it would become that new owner's fence, just as any fence would be for any individual in this town.
I think Councillor Lubberts' concern is that once that fence starts to deteriorate in 12, 15, whatever number of years, if it simply falls apart, then there is no privacy fence, and the property owner to the south who has requested this is going to be without the protection of a fence. I think that's your issue.
Yeah, so you're saying that the privacy fence is going to be on the south side of Lot 8? Is that what?
That's correct.
Yeah, then you run into the same problem.
It's the same
This
problem.
fence needs to be owned by somebody.
It's owned by the owner of Lot 8.
They own it?
They would own it because the developer would install it on Lot 8. That's the property in which he owns. And that would be a requirement of the subdivision agreement.
Okay.
Once the fence falls down, it's the same as any fence between two neighboring properties.
Okay.
The owners either share a responsibility to put up a new fence, or they live without a fence.
Okay. All right. Okay. In your slides that you showed this evening, I didn't see. I did see there was something about environmental impact study,
Through your worship, that's correct.
but I didn't see anything from the Environmental Advisory Committee. Is there any reason for that?
Through your worship, the property currently isn't impacted by the Environmental Conservation Overlay Zone. Implementing it was something over and above of what the developer was originally proposing, and it was developed in consultation with regional staff. But the property, as it sits today, is not impacted by a woodlot over 2 hectares or a feature that would be identified through the Environmental Conservation Overlay Zoning.
Also, the gray area in this here slide here, the environmental conservation area is in the back of the lots?
That's correct, and it's proposed. It's not currently existing. That's something that's going to be proposed to maintain those rain gardens that are shown, as well as the fish habitat buffer.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Anyone else? So, Ms. Ceci, just to follow up on Councillor Lubberts' questions, if you could go back to that slide 10, thank you. So the area that's in the dark gray, to the right of that black line, that's all going to be in the ownership of whoever owns Lot 7?
That's correct.
So the owner of Lot 7 will be ultimately responsible for maintaining that environmental conservation area and the rain gardens and the buffer?
So the rain gardens will be located on each individual lot. So each individual landowner will be responsible for their own respective rain garden. However, the fish habitat buffer and the lands, and part of the lands that have the environmental conservation overlay zone that's proposed, will be under the ownership of Lot 7. But also some of the individual landowners for lots 8 to, and then 1 to 6 would also have part of those features as well.
And is the responsibility of the owner of Lot 7, will that be something that would be contained in the subdivision agreement?
So in terms of the site-specific zoning, sorry for clarification, so can you clarify that question?
Yeah, when there's a subdivision agreement that's entered into by the owner of the development, will the responsibility of the owner of Lot 7 be part of that subdivision agreement? That is, the responsibility of maintaining the buffer and the environmental conservation area? If you don't know, that's fine. That's something that we can look into.
Well, Your Worship, I would suggest, because it becomes part of his lot, the owner of Lot 7, then the zoning is on that land. It becomes part of his responsibility by virtue of ownership. So the subdivision agreement is basically to create the lots, and then the zoning would put these overlays on there, and by virtue of the zoning that's in place, he would be responsible for complying with the zoning.
So there'd be no, presumably then, no specific active responsibilities to maintaining a natural area?
Well, he would not be able to build within those areas.
Things that are prohibited,
But there would not be a requirement that he plant or remove vegetation, or, certainly we would expect that someone would maintain their own property. If they have litter and garbage and stuff back there, then that would be a property standards violation.
Right, okay. And then if I could, the graph here that shows the existing R1 requirements and then the site-specific R2 zone requirements.
Correct.
You've indicated that, for example, these lots would all comply with the R1 zone requirement.
In terms of lot area,
Right.
correct.
So what I'm not clear on is exactly what it is that's being proposed by the developer in terms of complying with the site-specific R2 zones. So we know what the proposal is for the lot frontages. What about the lot coverage? Is the 35 to 40% what the developer is proposing?
That's correct. So they're proposing to comply with all other provisions of the R2 zone, so that would include height, setbacks, lot coverage.
I note that in the report, there's an indication that the initial presentation was for 5 lots, and then it turned into 7 lots.
That's correct, Your Worship.
And if the R1 frontage requirement was maintained, you could get 6 lots.
That's correct.
So that really what's happening here is we're going to be reducing the frontage of 8 lots in order to fit in almost to the R2 zone, but not quite.
Correct. So under the current zoning, 6 lots could be accommodated based on the frontage and area. They're proposing, in order to accommodate those 2 additional lots, to introduce the R2 zoning, which would have the site-specific provision for the frontage, and all of the proposed dwellings would comply with the R2 zone in terms of height, setbacks, and lot coverage.
But the R1 zone was the result of the public consultation that went into the secondary plan.
That's correct.
And this is not your classic urban area. This is verging into the rural part of Ridgeway, is it not?
That's correct, Your Worship. It is at the northern limit of the urban area boundary.
And, there aren't sidewalks, there aren't curbs or gutters on Gorham Road, which is a regional road. So, and even the front yard would be reduced, the rear yard would be reduced. Okay. I had, the region seems to be content that all of these additional driveways be placed on Gorham Road, from what I can read. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Worship. There was no opposition to the driveway entrances.
Do you have any insights as to why the region would be content to reduce the buffer zone for a type 1 critical fish habitat?
Through Your Worship, the environmental impact study that they reviewed did demonstrate that what they're providing is sufficient. So it maintains an overall average width of 18.1. They require the 15. They do recognize that it does narrow to approximately 7.7 meters at one point. However, they mentioned that it's not a further intrusion in terms of the vegetative buffer, in terms of what's already existing with respect to the manicured lawn. Based on their review, they were satisfied by it, and staff are considering those comments with respect to the applications.
Right, one wonders what the significance of 15 meters is then. You've done an excellent job supporting the region, or at least explaining their position. Thank you very much, Ms. Ceci. You've done an excellent job. Councillor Lubberts, before you go, Councillor Lubberts has a question.
Yes, thank you very much. Just to go back on the rain garden. What exactly is in the rain garden?
So it's essentially an area that has native plant species that are planted there, and they're designed to a certain size that they are able to accept a certain amount of water at a certain rate. So the idea and what they had identified through their stormwater management plan was that water from the proposed roof of the dwellings would enter into the swales, and then the swales would then divert the water to the rain garden. So it's essentially an extra enhancement feature in which the water can infiltrate and then move its way to the creek for an enhanced water quality. It also provides an enhancement feature to the buffer overall that's existing for the creek.
And is there any type of maintenance that's required in a rain garden?
I don't quite know what maintenance would be involved, and we could certainly provide you with that information at the recommendation report stage, in terms of what would be involved and what an owner would be taking on in terms of that. I can get you that information for sure.
All right, so is I'm going to assume that each rain garden is designed to handle a certain amount of water. I'm assuming not each one of these, but a rain garden would be designed to meet a certain criteria, meet a certain consumption of water, I guess, excess water.
Through your worship, that's correct. So they're engineered to accept a certain amount. Yeah,
Okay,
to a
so
certain
now-
depth and a certain size, and then as well as a certain area around them for maintenance and that kind of areas surrounding the actual plantings of it.
So now somebody buys lot 2, and they decide that they want to make some alterations to get down to the water course for whatever reason, put a picnic table down there or whatever, and they alter that rain garden. Guy on lot 7 is responsible to replace everything that they destroyed?
So the rain gardens are contained on each individual lot. So if we look at the lot lines, I'm not sure if I can. So this is the rear lot lines of those proposed lots here. So they're each contained on the individual lots. So each individual landowner will be responsible for their own rain garden. And that's where the site-specific environmental conservation overlay zoning comes in, is that they're not allowed to decommission. It would be in contravention to the zoning bylaw. So there would be an enforceable mechanism there if someone were to compromise its functionality.
I'm not following you as far as, it's my problem is I can see what's going to happen here. They're going to alter it.
Well, if they do, they'll be violating the zoning bylaw, because that'll be contained in the zoning bylaw. So if they alter it, someone alerts the municipality or the conservation authority to that, then it'll have to be rectified. And in order to get down to the creek, any one of those lot owners would have to trespass on property that's technically owned by the owner of lot 7.
No, she just said that each individual owner owns the rainforest or the rain garden.
If you go east of the lot line, then that gray area to the east will be environmental conservation, and it will be owned by the owner of lot 7 down to the creek. So that to get past the rain garden, to get to the creek, you'd have to trespass on the property owned by the owner of lot 7.
Yeah, I get that, and that will happen.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, that's normal. those things do happen. But, okay, but as long as each individual lot owner is responsible for the rain garden, then, you know, I guess that would be fine. But the, is it going to be something in their purchase and sale agreement that they can't alter it, that it's an engineered feature and it needs to remain there, or is it on title that it's an engineered feature and needs to be remained?
Well, what Ms. Cece said is it's going to be in the zoning bylaw, so it will be a legal document that will outline what the rights of the property owner are in terms of use through the zoning. If they fail to maintain that, that will be a violation of the zoning bylaw, and we'll be able to enforce that.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right, thanks.
Anyone else? Thank you very much, Ms. Cece. That was a great initial journey for you. I think that's, is this the first time, or have you done this before?
My second one.
Second, okay. Well, you're getting even better. Okay. This is an opportunity then for the owner or the agent of the owner to provide council with some information and to respond to any questions councilors may have. Good evening.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jacob Dickey. I'm from Urban and Mine Planning Consultants, and I'm acting as the agent on behalf of the owners, 726 Gorham Road. I'm in support of these applications because it will result in a good use of underutilized lands within the urban area, in an area where there's existing municipal infrastructure. It will result in the creation of new housing options while also preserving the existing housing stock. It will promote the continuity of the Gorham Road streetscape with new architecture. And then lastly, it will not result in the disturbance of the functions related to Beaver Creek as well, and the integrity of the vegetative buffer located in the rear will be maintained. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dickey. Any members of council? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor, through Mr. Dickey. Thank you for your presentation. My question is the same as you heard me ask Ms. Cece in regards to the potential hardship, financial hardship, for those across the street who don't have a problem with sewer right now, we're going to have to hook up. Is it a possibility that the owner who's proposing the subdivision assists those people from hooking up to the sewer?
I think that's something we'll have to discuss with the owner as well as staff, and it'll be dealt through the conditions for the plan of subdivision. But I don't have an answer to that question right now.
I didn't expect that you would.
Okay.
So, but thank you. But
Well,
I do hope that the owner of this subdivision realizes that, you know, for no fault of their own, there's going to be two homes that are going to incur a hardship, a financial hardship, and that they should perhaps assist them. Anyway, thank you.
Right.
Anyone else? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop, and thank you very much for coming here this evening. When Councillor Noyes and I were at the site looking at Gorham Road, there's a huge dip in the landscape that drops. It drops maybe 5 feet, 4 feet, and then it tapers off down to the creek. How are you going to mitigate that? The driveways aren't going to be that low, are they? They're not going to have to go down that into the swale and then get into a driveway. I'm assuming you're going to build that up.
So we'll have to regrade that area. Mackenzie did bring that to my attention, so that's something we still have to further investigate, but it will need to be brought to standards in consultation with staff.
Yeah, because I guess you've seen it too. The house that's existing, I don't have the slide here, but the house that is existing now, I'm assuming that one's going to stay.
Yes, that's
And then
staying.
that there, the driveway comes right off Gorham Road. But then that's because there's a culvert there. And
Right.
now the other ones, but everything. I'm just worried about how you're going to drain everything and to make sure that the runoff isn't going to affect Beaver Creek, because I know with some other developments, the developer wasn't allowed to put any more water into the creek than what's already going into the creek. And you'll be able to mitigate that, you feel?
Yeah, I'm confident in our stormwater management approach, especially with the rain gardens in the rear. It'll help to mitigate some of that. And again, the water that's draining from the front will be directed to the ditch along Gorham Road.
Okay, so I'm assuming that there is another process that you're going to have to go
Yes.
through, and I'm assuming somewhere draft plan approval, you're going to have to show that?
Correct.
And can you make sure that it's clear?
Yes, it'll have to meet the town
Will that
standards.
be before the end of this term, or maybe I'm asking something that I'm not even going to be looking at?
Well,
Will it be this year?
yes.
Okay, all right, good. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Anything further, Councillor Lubberts?
No, that's fine, thanks.
Anyone else? So, Mr. Dickey, we're advised by the report that the original application was for 5 lots. I presume that was 5 plus the original, which would have made a total of 6. And 6 lots actually permits a development without the need to amend the zoning bylaw. Do you have some insights as to why your client would want to go with 8 as opposed to 6 other than the obvious?
Well, it's important to keep in mind that this is infill development, and when we're investigating how many lots can be accommodated on the site, we look at the provincial plan as well as the local plan for guidance on what is generally acceptable in the area. And the property is located within the Grove Plan's Greenfield area, which can accommodate the minimum density target that's expected for this area is 50 residents and jobs per hectare. And we're proposing 11.76 dwelling units per hectare, which falls under that threshold. I know it's 50 residents and jobs, so even if you had 3 people living in each dwelling, it would still fall below that threshold. In addition, the official plan, the subject property is located within the low-density residential designation, which allows for up to 25 units per hectare. And it also allows for a variety of different type of built forms, singles, semis, duplexes. We're proposing singles at 11.76 units per hectare. So that being said, we fall under that threshold where we're proposing something that's compatible with the area. We're not proposing semis, we're not proposing towns. Based on the maximum permitted density, we could propose more units, but of course there has to be an even playing field. So we thought that given the deep, the depth of each lot, we can have a smaller frontage for each lot. So that's why we thought that this was a more acceptable proposal, especially given the demand for more housing and all the development pressures that are occurring throughout the province right now.
Did your client purchase the property before or after the Ridgeway secondary plan was completed and approved?
That I'm not certain. I can't answer that question.
I'll help you. I believe it was after. So you made reference to a number of planning documents, but you didn't mention the Ridgeway secondary plan, which designates this as R1.
So the Ridgeway secondary plan, when I was talking about the maximum 25 units per hectare threshold, that comes from the Ridgeway secondary plan. So they allow for up to 25 units per hectare.
Well, this zoning would come within up to 25.
So the zoning requirements are different from the policies of the Ridgeway secondary plan. The zoning bylaw doesn't have a density threshold. The zoning contains requirements that speak to lot frontage, lot area, things of that nature, but the policies of the Ridgeway secondary plan is what references the maximum density requirement and the permitted built forms.
6 units and 11.7 units or whatever it is, they're still under 25 units, correct?
So we're proposing,
Just that, correct?
sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
Whether it's 6 units or whether it's 11.7 units, it's still under 25 units,
Yes, so
which is the maximum density.
the maximum density is 25 units per hectare.
Right.
So given the lot size, let's see here. So we're looking at a lot area of 0.68 hectares. So in total, the land's comprised of 8 units, but on a hectare basis, we're looking at 11.76 units per hectare, which falls under the 25 units per hectare threshold, and likely under the growth plans, 50 jobs and residents per hectare threshold.
So if you're concerned about the density, did your client consider some other form of housing, which would have reduced the number of driveways that are going to be now entering onto Gorham Road? Do you know if that was
Well,
considered?
he had a preference for single detached buildings. And in our opinion, we thought that there would be more support for single detached dwellings in this area, given the character of the streetscape.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Noyes.
Well, thank you, Mayor Redekop. I'm just going to ask another question in regards to the hectares. But how much of this, I think you said it was .086 or whatever hectares?
Yep, so it is 0.68 hectares.
So, and my question is, how much of that, of that land is buildable on?
Unfortunately, I don't have that number in front of me. I could get that to you, but I know that that threshold, that policy that I was speaking to, takes into account all lands, developable and non-developable, because there's always areas on a site that aren't developable.
That's helpful, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dickey.
Thank you.
Is there anyone, so now we'll go to the portion of the meeting where if there's anyone other than the owner and developer who wishes to speak in support of the application. And Mr. Patton, could you check to see if there's anyone in the digital waiting room who might want to hop in?
There's nobody in the digital waiting room here, Your Worship.
It's completely empty?
It's completely empty.
So there'll be no one there to speak opposed either. Okay, if there's no one, are you the owner, sir? Oh, you're Mr. Golding?
I am.
Okay, well, are you going to speak in support of the application? That's what we're calling.
Totally when I arrived. Now, I just got some questions about it.
So then you're going to come up next.
Okay.
Okay, so if there's no one who wishes to speak in support of the application, then I'm going to ask if there's anyone who wishes to speak either opposed to the application or who wishes to address a council with respect to the application. That would be you, Mr. Golding. Good evening, and we need your name and address for the record.
Reginald Goulding. We own the property directly south of the 726 proposal at 710 Gorham Road.
Thank you.
I'm going to get a glass of, is this water, just water? Let me start by saying, Your Worship and Council, thank you for serving our community. And I started out with a lot of questions, and I had my guns out when this thing first started. But through the effort of Mackenzie, she's done a great job at responding to all the questions that we've had. Also, Henry Noyes and Don showed up at 726, and we walked the property, and they came up with some really great things and put my mind at ease with regards to what my concerns were. So some of my original concerns, I look back now and go, this is your first rodeo. So, but, and I'm not opposed to what's going now, but I am looking for some clarification, I guess we would say, on several of the points that Don's brought up and Anne Marie's brought up. So let me start out by saying that one of the best kept, although small, secrets in Ridgeway is Beaver Creek from the pump house and the bridge at Nye Road all the way through to the underpass on Gorham Road. When you're in there with a kayak, canoe, and my grandkids, you think you're in the wilderness. It's beautiful. There's fish life, turtles. It's a beautiful spot, and it's just totally hidden. Can you bring up slide 10, please, again? So it is gorgeous, and from what I can tell, and I can't terminate this into the topography on exactly where it starts to drop off, but if you look at the pink, referred to as a pink dotted line that runs up into most of the lots, if I'm correct, that drops off there at least up towards this end, probably 8 feet down to the watershed. So there's not going to be kids going in there and being able to wander down inside. So yeah, if I'm accurate, the lots 4, 5, and 3 specifically, and I'll address one separately. I don't know how they're going to put gardens there unless that's raised as well. And every time we move a foot towards the natural environment, we start to lose some of that beautiful appeal that's there and disturb the wildlife. So that's a question that I have. With regards to the number 1 lot and Don's really good question that he brought up when we were meeting, is lot 1 drops off about 4 feet from the center of the grade, and then you get back into the northeast corner of that, which is your speckled part, and then you get into the gray area. That's 6 feet at least from the ground area. I could stand there and can't see. I could see the tip of the road, like the center of the road. So there's a significant amount of fill to go in there. I'm no professional naturalist, but my concern, as was Anne Marie's and Dawn's when we met, is that going to really impact the area in there? As far as not so much as drainage. Drainage is already there. It's already draining, except for the septic tank. It's already draining into the creek. So we're actually going to be not having as much drain into the creek. And as far as the drainage on the front is concerned, because our property is due south, and we have a ditch that runs from the high point on our property, which is the spot where our property in the northwest corner meets the property here, number 8, in their southwest corner. That's the highest spot between the creek going north, or the road going north, and the road going south to Nye Road. That's the highest spot. So how we're going to drain, I don't know, but I have to ask the question. I've got questions, no answers, not necessarily. So did someone want to comment on that? This is my first rodeo doing this too, so.
I think what we'll do, Mr. Golding, is you can raise these various issues, and there'll be something that staff will take into account when they're determining what type of recommendations they'll make to council. So both Ms. Cece and I'm sure the planner are making note of your questions and your concerns.
She makes great notes, I already know. All my questions were written up there.
She's very good, yes.
She's really good, yeah. So I addressed that. Let's see here. To clarify, the Lot 8 fencing on the south border of that property and the north border of our property it's my understanding in reading through things through the town here that, and that the developer is required to do a privacy fence. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think they're required to do a privacy fence. We had a comment on that, the developer and I, and it was agreed that he would do a privacy fence, and because it's meant to be there. Works for me, as long as I don't have to pay for any of it. The fencing along the back of these properties, I understand this is also a bylaw, that any time new development does this, there needs to be a 4-foot frost fence all the way across the back. We got a no shaking here. I don't know, but that was my understanding, that there was, to protect the people and whatnot from going in the area, that would be a 4-foot frost fence, or is it frost fence?
Mr. Golding, that's an issue that staff has heard, and I think the Conservation Authority may have expressed some concerns about infiltration into the environmental conservation area. But again, that's something that the staff will be considering, and we'll have dialogue on before we get a recommendation report.
Thank you. The last owner who had the property clear cut the whole part, and they just let everything fall into the wetland. I understand, if I read correctly, that you've been asked the developer to clean all that up. Did I read that right?
Well, there was some reference to that, and again, that's something that staff can respond to you on.
Okay, because it is a huge mess, and we did keep the property that's in the wet plain. We kept our property all the way around to the pump house, and the lots that we sold to the east of us, we cut them off at 120 feet, because I wanted to be responsible in taking care of that, cleaning it up and whatnot. So I get the concern of people throwing garbage and stuff out there. It took me a year and a half to clean it up. Okay, I think I'm done just about. I was in contact with the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, and the small barn that is in that wetland area that we own is in the wetland. It was built so long ago that when water gets really high, it comes up through the boards in the floor. So we're excited about getting rid of that. We don't use it anymore, so if we can get rid of that, that would be great. And if the developer can help on that too, that would be super.
Is that on your property?
Pardon?
Is that on your property?
It's on our property. Well, yes, it's on our property.
Well, that's beyond the scope of the application by the builder.
Okay, of course it would be. Yep, thank you for your worship. I am complete.
Okay, don't go until we find out if there are any questions by any members of council.
Okay.
No, it looks like you were very concise, and we've got all the information that you've requested. We also have your correspondence, some in the report, some subsequent, so staff will address those concerns.
Okay, good. The developer's been great too. A small issue, but an important issue. He has that lawn cut every 2 weeks, and it looks great.
Well, that's
the
good to
2
know,
lots beside me that I sold, I call council. Who do I talk and go, okay, kick in the bylaw. They're at 3 feet.
Well, that's good to know, because we have some other developments that could use some cutting, so.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate your support.
Okay. Is there anyone else who wishes to address council with respect to this application? Mr. Patton, anyone show up in the room yet? No, Your Worship. Still empty? Still empty. Okay. Then I'm going to declare this public meeting closed, and we're going to move forward with our agenda. So anyone who's, oh, sorry, I'm sorry. I forgot to go to the clerk. If the clerk has received correspondence after we receive this report, then
Yes.
we make reference to that. I'm sorry.
Your Worship, other than Mr. Golding, we did receive one from Rich and Danielle Clark at 703 Gorham Road. They were just expressing concerns regarding additional driveways, speeding, and lack of sidewalks, and their submission will be attached to the minutes.
Thank you very much. May I now declare this meeting closed? Okay, this meeting is closed. So we're going to move then forward to the rest of our agenda. And before we go to the consent agenda, I'm going to, because this is turning into a long evening, so I'm going to ask council to agree to move up the delegation of Jill Brewster, which is supposed to be under corporate services, to let us hear from her now. Does anybody have an objection to that? Okay. Then, Ms. Brewster, you are up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, Your Worship.
Well, let's not go that
Staff and councilors. For this delegation, I've asked that my nephew represent me in the presentation, if that's fine with everybody.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
We'll just need his name. We have
Oh,
your name and address, but we'll need his name and
Okay.
address.
Brad Brewster.
Okay.
He'll give the address.
Good evening, Mr. Brewster.
Good evening. Thank you, Your Worship. Brad Brewster, 1716 Rebecca Street, Fort Erie. Is that all the information you need?
Yep, you can.
Okay,
please
thank you.
proceed.
Evening, Your Worship, staff and councilors. Thanks for letting us speak here tonight. Just want to talk about some clarifications and some history of the property on Herbert Parkway. I think there's just one picture that we want to bring up, and I'll speak to that on Jill's behalf. Maybe the map. Yeah, perfect. So, like I said, just some clarification. I guess there was a recommendation to see the marketability on the Herbert Parkway lot there, not lot, the road allowance. So first, some clarification. My Aunt Jill there did request to purchase just that portion, the blue highlight there. That was all that was requested to be purchased, and that is part of Herbert Parkway road allowance. So a little bit of clarification also. Access to 0 Herbert Parkway, that is the building to the west of that blue line. That is a shop there. So access to that commercial property is still required. Complete sale of the road allowance will cut off the access. Property was registered as commercial and residential until 2021, when the property was purchased by Jill Brewster from her mother, Janet Brewster. So that's an important piece as well. So if it was valued at high marketability and sold the whole road allowance, we would lose access to the commercial property. Lots were zoned commercial in the early 1970s when Morris Brewster built a large shop to house equipment for his company, Easy Trenching. The tax bills were registered as 183 Ridge Road and 0 Herbert Parkway. Classed as commercial. A little bit of history. The road allowance was not in use and was excavated in stone by Morris Brewster, who at the time originally owned 183 Ridge Road, circa 1954, and the property adjacent to the south, formerly Dairy Cream. When a new subdivision east of the road allowance was built in the early 1970s, the roadway was subdivided to abutting landowners north of the property, 0 Herbert Parkway. So it's hard to see, but you can see there's the fence line above the blue line. So all the properties to the north were allowed to purchase the land to join to the existing properties. The family maintained the roadway for over 50 years, paying for the stoning of the road, repairing of it, paying to have grass cut each week, paying to have snow plowed, and paying for the street light each month. There's also a bill that comes in from CNP monthly for a street light on that road allowance. This was to our benefit, but also adjacent neighbors also benefited. Also, her mother paid for a large tree to be removed, about $1,000 back in the day also. Since the passing of her mother and father, the property was purchased from the estate. And when that was done, to her surprise, Zero Herbert Parkway was eliminated as a separate tax statement, and everything was amalgamated to 168 Ridgeway Road, with both designated as residential and commercial tax rates. Jill did not pursue this during the last few years due to COVID restrictions. She's only asking for the portion that we stated, the blue portion, to be allotted to her property, just like the equal rights to the properties to the north. So essentially asking for it if it's possible for that portion to be grandfathered in for purchase opportunity. I think that's all the history and the comments I have at the moment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brewster.
Thank you for your
Does the
time.
council have any questions? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mr. Brewster. I'm looking at the picture. So the access right now, are you going in off of Ridgeway Road or going off of Rebstock?
Access off of Rebstock Road for Zero Herbert Parkway, and there's access off of Ridgeway Road for 168 Ridgeway Road.
Thank you. So can you access, I don't see the driveway coming from Ridgeway Road.
No, it's under the, there's pine trees on the south side of the property.
That's what I'm kind of figuring out, or else you wouldn't want just that blue part because we still would be landlocked. Is there any way that road that's hidden by the bushes or the trees right now can be extended to the back of the property?
No, it cannot. It's not wide enough. The house comes a little bit further south there as well.
Okay. And what you're looking for is just the blue property, like the blue line. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop, and thank you very much for coming forward. The blue line kind of thick is what is Jill looking for, to purchase half the road allowance, then leave the other half?
It's about a quarter of the road allowance right there, the blue line.
Or just a quarter of it?
Yeah, roughly a quarter. It depends on what the recommendations are. If there is, I know with the property 3838 Rebstock Road, it's a triplex and there is parking that comes in off of that Herbert Parkway as well. So I know in the recommendations from the committee, there were some suggestions that they'd have to modify that if they sold the entire property. So there is other options if she possibly buy 3/4 of the road allowance as well. But that was the original proposal, just to buy that portion. But if it did go to other options, there is a possibility of buying 3/4 of the property as well.
Okay, now I remember when I was younger, which was many, many years ago, I remember seeing the easy trenching equipment and stuff in there, and you did mention something about commercial property. What property was zoned commercial?
So essentially, those were two properties. When she did purchase the land last year, it's designated as one property, still paying taxes on commercial and residential. So that's what we haven't clarified. Like I said, due to COVID restrictions, getting some clarification over the last year has been a little tough, and just coming in and whatnot. So we need some more clarification on that as well. But technically there are two. So if you see the shop on the just west of the blue line there is a shop there that house.
Oh, that's the shop there?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. All right. So you came off the, I see it's 0 and then it's 15,866.
Yeah, essentially that was Zero Herbert
The
Park.
commercial area?
Yes.
And that's what Jill purchased off the estate?
She purchased the whole property. She purchased both.
Yeah. But 168 was separate, right?
Yes.
It was residential, and then she purchased everything, but she got the commercial as well.
Yes,
So
exactly.
now she's looking for a quarter of the quarter. Oh, okay, all right, I get it. Okay.
But essentially, she was just looking for to buy the quarter of it, not assuming that you would sell the rest of the land. But then if you do, then she would lose access to her commercial property.
Okay, and then the remaining of the road allowance, that would still be there is basically redundant. It just kind of backs on to that lot in St. George's Court, right?
Yes. So that's where essentially, can I use the mouse here? Sorry, yes. So sorry, essentially, so that's why I said 3/4 of it. So the 3/4 would be all the way back to the back of that property, and then come back down and split to keep access to Rebstock Road. So essentially, this southeast corner would still give 3838 access to their driveway.
Or 3838, the access to the property is off of this road.
Yeah, you see right with my
Yeah, I
cursor.
see that, yeah, where it turns in.
That's their
But is there any
driveway.
reason why your aunt wouldn't ask for the whole piece of the road allowance?
She didn't want to be greedy, I guess.
No, I'm just saying, it squares everything off, right?
Yeah, but it was because of the access to this property here. There is no driveway out front. There is no.
Yeah.
Essentially, if you sold the whole road allowance, they would have to build a driveway right out
Wouldn't
front of.
landlock anybody if that was the case, right?
No, but they'd have to build a driveway in front of 3838 off of Rebstock.
No, I think Councillor Lubberts is suggesting.
No,
that instead of
not the
blue-
whole road allowance, just straight back
Straight
from
back.
her.
Oh, just straight back.
Her commercial property.
Yep. It wouldn't landlock anybody, no, so for sure she could.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the yellow line that represents her lot line.
Yep.
And then go right straight back.
So just take essentially half of it.
Yeah, that section in there, yeah.
No, for sure, but you would still, the only issue is you would still, if you sold that bottom piece, you would still landlock the commercial property. Right, if you sold that whole bottom half,
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah, I
that's
don't
what
want to sell the bottom
yeah.
half, no.
That's not what Councillor
okay.
Lubberts is suggesting.
Sorry.
Yeah. No. But if she purchases this, will that all become one parcel and then it'll be all residential? And there will be no commercial left?
That's what we have to determine. No, we still want the commercial separate, but that's what I mean, the taxes were switched when she purchased the land off of the estate, which it was two separate properties. Now I brought the tax bills if you want to see, but it's one tax bill where it was previously two tax bills in Janet Brewster's name.
Okay, all right, okay, I get where you're going, yeah.
Thank you. Any other members of council? So just before you go, is the shop currently being used?
Yes.
What's it being used for?
Storage at the moment.
Okay, and how long has it been used for storage?
Essentially a year at the moment. 168 caught fire last September. I know people that driven by, so it's been it's been a long
When was
10
the
months.
When was the last time that commercial building would have been actively used for commercial purposes?
it would have been the beginning of 2021 or 2020? 2020
And that would have been as what?
as easy trenching.
Okay. And is easy trenching still in operation?
No.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You can stick around if you wish, or you can go home and catch the live stream if you wish.
Thank you so much.
More than welcome to stay.
Thank you. I'd love to, but
I know, you've seen this before. You've seen this movie before. Okay.
We're gonna miss you.
Okay. Thank you. So then
Thank
that
you
takes
very
us, you're more than welcome.
we leave?
Yeah, you may, yes.
Okay, thank you.
That takes us to the consent agenda, and I think PDS 47, 2022 should be dealt with separately. Are there any other reports that anyone wishes dealt with separately? Councillor Noyes?
Well, no, I won't separate. It's 26, 2022? Is that the one you referred to?
No, I referred to PDS 47, 2022. And you've referred to IS 26?
Yes.
You can ask questions without,
I can ask questions.
I've just got a lot of questions with respect to PDS 47. Okay, can I have a mover then for the consent agenda less PDS 47, 2022? Councillor Dubanow. Are there any questions or comments with respect to the reports that are contained in the consent agenda then? Councillor Noyes.
Yes, report number IS 26, 2022, Douglas town extraneous sewage flow event. And I appreciate all the information that was provided. It was enlightening, and I'm not being funny about that, it really was, to see how the problem existed. And I just wanted some clarification. I did have an opportunity of talking to Mr. Walsh earlier about this, and also Mr. Helovich.
Pizarnik? Pizarnik?
I'm sorry?
Pizarnik? Who did you speak to?
Both
Walsh?
Alex and Kelly.
Oh, Mr. Hurlovich.
Yeah.
Okay.
What did I say?
Well, I didn't know what you said.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
We've been here for 3 hours, so it's okay. Anyway, it was interesting to that 1/3 of the entire month of a normal month for February occurred in that one event. And one of the reasons was the developer or the builder, whichever's, I guess it's the builder or the developer, doesn't really matter, having put holes in or whatever and opened their sewer line or whatever from their basements that were like for unfinished homes into the sewer line, basically. And that caused a tremendous amount of extraneous flow. And talking to Keegan earlier today too, he basically said that's not an unusual practice to do this, that it happens. And a lot of developers do this, and I think we have a bylaw that says that they can't do it, and it's bad practice, but unfortunately most of the builders do this, and it's considered the norm, regardless of the bylaw that may be existing. So there's two issues I have with this. Number one, I know that we have informed the developers, not just in this particular development, but in other areas of new subdivisions, that they can no longer do this. And I understand that there was an incident a while ago in another area, the same kind of thing happened, that they were putting the holes or keeping the sewer cap off. I'm sure I'm not using the right lingo. So there's two problems with that. We've worked very hard to decrease extraneous flow. And if the developer or the builders do this, it just kind of blows a hole in our plan. So not only does it cause hardship to the residents in this particular event, I know there was 2 that had sewer backups, but I can tell you there was a number of other homes that couldn't use their facilities. They couldn't use the dishwasher, they couldn't take a bath, they couldn't flush their toilet. They could not use the plumbing in their house, because if they did, it had no place to go, because the backflow valve did exactly what the backflow valve is supposed to do, which stops the sewer from going in, but it also stopped anything from going down. So there was a number of homes that could not use their facilities for a number of hours. So this is not just, oh, well, they all do it and they shouldn't, but, oh, well. I'm hoping that in the future, there's something in every subdivision development or every building that says, if you do it, there is no warning. We will fine you to the max, and the max is this. As opposed to saying, well, we give you a warning, even though it's against our bylaw. But again, to say that most of our bylaws, I understand, we do try to work with the individuals, and regardless of the bylaw, unless it's a huge affront to it, like we say, okay, you have 7 days to fix this, or you have 10 days to fix this, or you have 2 weeks, and we do work. We don't automatically fine everybody who's in contravention of our bylaws. But I'm hoping in the future this is one exception, that there is no longer any warning. Fines are immediate when they're found. And the other thing too that I was asked is that why did the sewer? I understand there was some. I'm using the wrong terminology here. Because of the pumping, because of the amount of inflow, the town understood that if they didn't kind of circumvent some of the sewage flow, the wastewater, and they pumped it before it hit the pumping station, but they also released it into the environment. I think I understand that correctly. So it doesn't show up on the Niagara Regional sewage overflow event. It's not there. We looked for it, it's not there. Because it never hit the pumping station. It was gotten before the pumping station, but it was still released into the environment. And I understand that there is a record of it, but it's not with the Niagara Region. It's with the Ministry of Environment. I'm looking at Mr. Walsh to see, I'm hoping I understood the whole conversation. But I had a number of residents who looked up to see the sewage overflow and were concerned that it wasn't even registered. But the Ministry of Environment does know that. But I also would like to know how many times we do this, because it reflects the ability of the pumping station to meet the capacity. So if we are doing this, let's say 5 times a year, or 10 times a year, or even one, like, it's obviously that the capacity of this pumping station is questionable, particularly with all the new development coming in. They're saying, if one-day event can cause this, not only did we have sewer backups from these other people who couldn't use their facilities, we also pumped, I can't remember how much, but a significant amount of wastewater into the environment, which meant that the capacity for this particular event couldn't be met. So going forward, I'm hoping that we can, and I know we are, that's part of the report, we're looking at the pumping station, the capacity, and I know the region is looking at all that kind of stuff. But as we're looking at new development in this particular area, not just I guess it is Black Creek and Douglastown, because there's another pumping station in Stevensville, that we look at the capacity and make sure that we can do anything we possibly can to prevent this. I will say that in the report, you can see that the staff did a lot of research and a lot of investigation in regards to what caused this, and I think it's going to go a far way in hopefully preventing this from ever happening again. But again, if we have developers behaving badly, it may happen again. And I do see that the cameras and the CTVs and all that kind of stuff, and we've done a lot of, not repairs, but we know where we have to fix things. And hopefully we're going to have a plan to do that. But I'd like to know how much was the fine for the one developer who, even though he was warned, didn't fix the problem. So I wonder if we have that information.
Who would know that? Mr. Hurlovich, would you know that?
Your Worship, I know there was a fine, just as the councillor says, but I do not know the dollar value. I could obtain that and email it to council tomorrow.
And will you copy all members of council,
Yes, all
please?
members.
Thank you.
And I guess my question is twofold: what we could have fined them and what we did fine them, because I know there's some latitude giving there. So I think I've done all my questions or all my statements, and I'll interested in what the rest of council thinks about this event. Thank you.
So is there anyone else on this particular report? Mr. Walsh, this has been a problem periodically in the past. These 40 foundations, maybe Mr. Hurlovich or you would know, the 40 foundations that are referenced in the report, was that one subdivision? So it was one builder? No?
I believe, Your Worship, it was a number of builders. And so there was the one fine issued was for one of the home builders. The other properties did comply. There were other builders.
This has occurred elsewhere during recent years. And as Councillor Noyes has pointed out, this is contrary to our bylaws. And I'm wondering why we would be accommodating the type of activity that, as Councillor Noyes has pointed out, not only creates hardship for the residents, helps to foul the environment, and if water gets into the system, if any of this water gets into the system when there isn't an overflow situation, the residents of Fort Erie are paying for the treatment of essentially surface water. So I don't know why we would be humoring that type of conduct, which is clearly, at least on 3 points, damaging to the municipality and the residents. Is there a philosophy as to why we wouldn't be, in the first instance, taking more strident steps?
Again, we've taken the educational approach. So, Mr. Builder, you cannot poke holes in your pipe and allow water to flow into our sanitary sewer. These are the laterals that extend from the main in the street under the foundation that will later be the conduit that takes all the sewage from the house to the pumping station. And so initially, it's just a lateral that comes under the footing, and it's to be capped. And we do send inspectors out to check that when they're laying those laterals. At some point, the developers have then been either poking holes into that end cap or into the pipe. And so when we find that condition, we've asked them to stop. But we usually ask them to correct the situation. If they don't, then we find. But we could, if council prefers, that there be no warning. It's basically if they have created a situation where water can flow into the sanitary, it's grounds for an immediate fine.
I think if there's something that's put into the building permit package when they receive their building permit, I think that would be more than adequate warning. This is no different than several years ago, Councillor Noyes, you might have been on council when we had a contractor getting free water from the municipality by circumventing the meter in a location, and a lot of water over a period of time. So, Councillor Noyes, you might want to amend the recommendation in this report by adding something like staff take more strident steps to prevent extraneous flows into the wastewater system by builders during construction. And that would give staff a bit of latitude as to looking at this and what steps they might take, but sending out the message that this isn't cool.
I would be happy to add that as you phrased it.
So, Madam Clerk, just always very accommodating. So it would be that staff takes more strident steps to prevent extraneous flows into the wastewater system by builders during construction, and I'll provide this wording to you later, so you've got it clearly. Any questions or comments on that amendment to that report, Councillor Lubberts?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Yeah, just to add to that, I'm just wondering, is there anything that we can do in our building, in the code or in our building policy, so when they're building their home, now I know everything is done in stages, but one of the things that needs to be done is there needs to be a sump pump hole. And while I was working construction and the housing and stuff, that's one of the first things that we did when we put the services in for the electrical was we put a plug by the panel, or we would swing a plug over where the sump pump was going to go. And is there anything that we can do to say that when they put their footings in, the sump hole has to go in with the footings? And that way they can bring in a sump pump, and now just they can pump that water out into surface water, and they just let it go into the storm sewers for during construction season.
Right. I think the other thing that they're doing by using this system is they're avoiding having to pump their basements, aren't they? If there's a flow of water.
That's what they're doing.
So they don't really have anything to pump into until they've got the basement poured. And this is before the basement is poured, I'm presuming, Mr. Hurlovich?
It's when the basement is poured, the footing, and I believe the foundation walls as well, so that it rains and water collects in the basement, and so to keep the basement dry and for them to continue their construction, they've basically been draining that water that enters the basement through this system. So to Councillor Lubberts' suggestion, a sump pump could be installed, but not all of those properties are going to have electricity running to them at the time of the foundation, so they may need to put in a generator that would have to be running day and night to operate the sump pump. So that could be a different complaint that we receive. So unless there's power that they could run from one property to the other, but most properties wouldn't have power to their buildings at this point in construction.
Councillor Lubberts?
Yeah, I get that, but at the beginning, like when they get it framed, if
its
we had
fee?
something that they would have to have that sump working at that time, because sometimes they'll leave that right to the end.
Well, this will be an incentive, if we enforce this, this will be an incentive for them to get it
Yeah.
hooked up, because otherwise they'll run the risk
Yeah.
that they're going to be.
And the big thing for them is it needs to be dry to get the footings in. Once the footings are in, they can pour a foundation in a little bit of water. That's not a problem. So they can go there in the morning earlier, pump it out, and if it's still a little wet, they can still pour the foundation walls. But it's the footings, they don't want water in the hole. I think it's just a matter of educating, and just everybody's going to have to change their their sequence as they're going along and building.
Anything further to the amendment? Councillor Lubberts? Anyone else? All those in favor of the amendment? None opposed, that is carried. Councillor Noyes, back to you. You still have the floor in case you have other questions.
Just another comment, I guess, is that this particular development has been problematic on a number of fronts, and so I'm not too forgiving in regards to not finding them. But anyway, I think I spoke my piece, so I'll let it go at that.
Any other questions with respect to the reports that are in the consent agenda? Okay. I did have a question with respect to the report PDS 51-2022. If I can find it. Or is that, I don't think that's even in, it's not in the consent agenda, is it? Oh yeah, 51-2022, yes it is. So on pages 7 and 8, I was a little confused about the funding. It looked like we received money from the province, and so and there was a reference to monies being budgeted. Pages 7 and 8 was a little confusing to me. Under financial, staffing, and accessibility implications, it said the town currently has $389,000 funded for the project. Does that mean, what does that mean, funded or budgeted?
Yes, that would mean budgeted.
So then we've essentially got most of the money that we require to implement this new program.
Well, we would receive 65% of the funding from the province. We have received to date $90,000. However, that money is for the initial purchase and install, so the cost estimate is just $111,500. So we would receive 65% of that, which is $72,000. So in fact, at this point, we've been overpaid by the province. So the balance of that $111,500, the town would be responsible for, and that would be coming from building reserves.
Right. Okay. Any other questions with respect to the items in the agenda? Councillor Noyes?
Yes, I wanted to bring up IS 23-2022, the Ott Road Railroad Crossing Single Source Purchase of Engineering Services. I just wanted to comment on the report itself. I know this is started in 2018, and I'm hoping that things haven't changed from, I think they did most of the investigation way back in 2018, and that things haven't changed too much from the report. Now, my understanding, again, I did have a chance to talk to Mr. Walsh about this earlier, is that what the plan is to raise both roads so that there's not such a huge ramp, basically, coming if you're going north. And I will say that living on Ott Road and witnessing a few accidents there, basically, if the car doesn't slow down, it's like a ramp. It's like the Dukes of Hazzard thing. And what happens is that there's 2 accidents that I can recall in the last, granted, it's probably maybe 15 years, that in both cases, major damage was done. I think the cars were pretty much totaled, but there was injury to one young lady. I think she hurt her back. But they basically become airborne, literally, and then they pan out when they hit the ground. And one car went right into the house across the street from us, and the person in the house just missed glass flying from his. It hit around him, but luckily he was sitting behind the couch. But the back of the couch had hunks of glass from that flew. That's how hard they hit the house. And the other one hit the rock, a great big rock that was just before our house, and I was glad the rock was there. But what happens is that it's such a high ramp that they do become airborne if they're not going the speed limit. Unfortunately, people don't always behave. So I am looking forward to this. I am a bit concerned about what it's going to cause in regards to if you raise the height of the road, basically, if a car goes off the shoulder there, what's going to happen? But I'm sure Mr. Walsh would be looking at that to make sure that it's not kind of a sudden drop-off. But anyway, I'm glad to see this moving forward. I'm glad to see the report. And my neighbor, who's an engineer, is delighted that it's finally come to council. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Then I'm going to call the question on the consent agenda as amended, including the amendment to report IS 26, 2022. All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. So, Councillor Dubanow, would you like to move PDS 47, 2022? Okay, that's on the floor for any questions or comments. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. My one concern is that I'm hoping this does not turn into another River Trail Estates dust bowl for decades and years to come. I think you and I were on council in 2001 when Elliston Woods and Spears subdivision, I think there was 3 different ones. We saw so many plans and so much of this and so much of that. And anyway, there was a lot of work done, and then it all kind of added up to 0 at the end, I guess. So now we're back, and I know they're asking for permission to pre-service a subdivision prior to registration of the agreement. I don't know what the timeline is between the two, what the timeline could be, because what I would hate to see is the developer to kind of like strip the land, create the open soil effect, so to speak, start building hills to reserve the thing, and then basically say, oh, well, we're not prepared to proceed at this point, and that the neighbors around there are going to then have to live with the dust bowl and the weeds that are going to grow because of that. So they're asking us to do something, which means to give them to allow them to do this, to pre-service prior to the registration of a subdivision agreement. I'm just wondering if there's something that we can request from them to make sure that if for whatever reason they don't proceed and becomes an ongoing year after year after year, even problem with dust and things like that, that it doesn't proceed as planned, that we can somehow make them do something to prevent the dust and the weeds from growing. And I did have a chance to talk to Alex earlier today about this, so I don't know if he's had a chance to think about it. Thank you.
Mr. Hurlovich.
Yeah, I don't know that there's a specific requirement to say that he has to complete his subdivision within a specific time, but we do retain that financial deposit from the developer. Perhaps a portion of that could be used to correct or facilitate something, but we are really hopeful that now with the sale of this land to this developer, the fact that he's prepared his servicing drawings and he's willing to move ahead, that he is actually going to be constructing the entire subdivision. I know that doesn't give you a lot of comfort given your previous examples you cite, but we really are hopeful that this fellow is putting his money where his mouth is.
Councillor Noyes?
Well, I think hope springs eternal. I think is that that we all hope that they follow through, and I think that was the thing. And it's not. I guess it's not fair to this developer to compare it to what happened on River Trail, but this is kind of like the same thing that kind of happened. But anyway, if there's some way we can hold their feet to the fire, saying, okay, if we can use part of this money, that if they don't proceed to perhaps reseed or resod the property or whatever like that, I would be willing to consider that. Thank you.
Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I want to echo the comments that Councillor Noyes made earlier about how long this draft plan has been kind of sitting on the books. She mentioned Spears Estates. That one has now been constructed. I actually live in Spears Estates, and this is kind of on the other side of Spears Road. I just want to touch on some points, if I may, just observing the activity that's been going on that site, because I understand where Councillor Noyes is coming from. I've seen the situation with the dirt in Black Creek there, and I can totally understand why the neighbors are concerned. My own observations are that they seem gung-ho, to be a word I would use. They've already cleared out the section and begun kind of setting a base for the extension of Craft Road, which was the prerequisite that was holding this subdivision up. They've begun to kind of do some grading work on some of the additional lots that are fronting onto Spears Road, as well as some of the road allowances that will access in behind. So I understand where Councillor Noyes is coming from. Hope does spring eternal. I'm a little more hopeful just from what I've seen. But again, you don't know where the market is. You don't know where things are going. Considering this location and where it is on the north side of Garrison Road, kind of in between Crescent Park and the Garrison Village area where the commercial, I think this is going to do, it's going to be beneficial to kind of connect those two neighborhoods together and integrate them. This is something that has been bouncing back and forth for a very long time because of property acquisition issues. Those have now been resolved. I do hope they move forward. I understand that they're going to do 2 phases. The first phase is moving forward right away, and then there's a subsequent phase after. If there's something we can do to ensure that it doesn't sit vacant and doesn't cause issues for the neighbors. The neighbors to there are neighbors of my neighbors, so certainly I hope that we can sort that out. But I'm more optimistic about this one than I have been about some others, just from the activity I've seen. So I just wanted to comment on that, Your Worship, just to maybe give, just with what I see every day driving by, just to give some perspective to Councillor Noyes. I understand where she's coming from. I think the hope maybe a little, we're in a better situation with this one. So thank you, Your Worship.
Else. So Mr. Hurlovich, just to get a handle on this, there's a number of things that have to be done before the subdivision agreement is signed. What would be left for the developer to do in giving authority to pre-service the property? What kind of conditions would still remain outstanding?
Part of that might be the financial securities. I'm sorry, I don't have those items listed. The deeds for the parkland dedication, those types of things would not all normally need to be fulfilled before there could be registration. Typically, it's getting all of the cost estimates that are attached to the statement, but they appear that most of those schedules are included in this report. So I would say the vast majority of what takes the most time is calculating those fees and requirements.
The second recommendation in the report makes reference to the pre-servicing being subject to receipt of drawings, security deposits, cash payment, approvals, presumably the Ministry of Environment, insurance certificate, letter of indemnification. Why wouldn't we put in there conveyance of the lands that are going to be going to the town, such as the parkland and the environmental conservation areas? I mean, so that at least we're getting something. I mean, I think that they're very close to the subdivision agreement, and there may be some things left over, but I don't think we should delay getting the conveyance of those lots unless they're not conveyable until the subdivision agreement is registered.
I'm informed that they have been conveyed to the town already, so.
They have been. Okay.
I may have misspoke earlier.
Well, that's good because the report doesn't indicate that, but that's good. So it would be helpful, I think, if we had an understanding of exactly what typically remains and why it's necessary to have the pre-servicing before the subdivision agreement. And also, the securities that are referred to in the report don't actually address the concern that Councillor Noyes has raised, which is if there's a prolonged delay in moving forward, either when it's pre-serviced or when it's partially pre-serviced. And we have those two subdivisions in town right now, plus the one that's currently being worked on in Douglastown that was sitting dormant for many, many years. I wonder if there isn't something that we could do in terms of making a fund available specifically for restoring at least some of the land or addressing cutting of weeds as they're growing up on these hills. The other question that I had was, how much of this subdivision would they be pre-servicing? Just phase one?
I believe the report speaks to 2 phases being serviced.
So they'd be servicing the whole subdivision, phases 1 and 2?
That was my belief, but I'm sorry, I'm going to have to check into that further in order to really confirm that, but I thought it was both phases.
Okay. I would... Yeah. Okay, so the other question that I had to do with these various conditions that are referred to in terms of what's to be included in offers to purchase or agreements of purchase and sale. Would similar provisions be included in the subdivision agreement that would bind future property owners? There's a whole raft of items that are referred to in the draft conditions that show up in the what are called special provisions. And would these be included in the subdivision agreement? Or how do we bind future owners? Would that be... Would you be able to comment on that, Mr. Hurwitz?
Well, so all of those items look like items that would be included in that agreement that would be registered then on title and would be binding on future landowners.
Okay. Can you,
Double check that.
at some point, can you confirm that? Yes, just so that we're clear on that. Okay. Are there any other members of council have any questions? Councillor Noyes?
I'm just wondering if, again, I do apologize because I haven't really absorbed this whole report about, for the appendix, but is there anywhere in there that says no short-term rentals?
That's a very good question, and I'm sure that it's not referred to, and I don't know that it was part of the rezoning, and that would be something we'd have to get in the rezoning, or can we put that in a subdivision agreement? We'll have to speak to the lawyer about that, I guess.
Well, typically, short-term rentals is a land use that's prescribed by zoning. I suppose that a covenant could be put on title that could limit restrict the use from being used as a short-term rental. I'm not sure whether or not that's possible. I'd have to check with legal counsel on that.
For the time being, there's a moratorium. None of these houses are going to be built during the moratorium, I'm sure, but we will have dealt with, I think, the zoning aspect prior to any of these houses being built.
That's fine. I just wanted to make sure we kind of kept that in mind when we're thinking about these new huge developments.
Absolutely.
For short-term rentals. Thank you.
Absolutely. Anyone else? If not, then I'll call the question with respect to the recommendation that we permit pre-servicing. All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. That then takes us to Planning and Development Services, and that's Councillor Dubanow.
It is, Your Worship. Thank you very much. Planning and Development Services is in session for the evening. We have no presentations or delegations. However, we have reports. First one on the agenda is PDS 19-2021. That's a proposed zoning bylaw amendment for 0-13365 Pettit Road. There's a memo as well as a report attached to this. I believe staff have requested we postpone this to August 8th for additional information, but before anyone moves that, I'm just wondering if there's any questions or comments from council regarding the report itself, any additional comments? So I'm just wondering if someone would like to move then that we postpone this. Councillor Zanko, any questions or comments with regard to timing? August 8th, I believe, that's Councillor Zanko, that August 8th? Any questions, comments with regard to the timing? Call the question then. All those in favor? So that's postponed. Thank you very much. We will now move on to PDS 46-2022. That's a proposed zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision for 726 Gorham Road. Can I get a mover for that? Councillor McDermott. That report's now on the floor for any questions or comments from council. Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much. I guess the first question is, I need to get some clarification on what the developer had to say earlier about the documents that we have in town as far as our official plan, our secondary plan, and also the provincial policy statements or any other. And he was talking about what we have is in the secondary plan, we allow for 25 units per hectare maximum. And then he said, yes, but you know, your policies provide for this, and he went back and forth. And I understand what he was saying, but I believe that it was the intent of everybody involved in the secondary plan, and even other members of staff and past members of staff, that when we put these documents together with the secondary plan and our official plan, 25 units per hectare maximum means that if you got a piece of property, if you want to put some density in there, the maximum you can go to is 25 units per hectare. In this situation, he purchased a piece of property that will give him, if he follows the secondary plan, 6 units, 6 lots. But now he wants to twist that and say, well, no, your policy says that I can have 25 units per hectare. Yeah, if you want 25 units per hectare maximum, then what he needs to do is he needs to change his type of housing. And I think that's what the intent was when we put these secondary plan together. So if you're doing single-family dwellings, your piece of property will only allow you to have 6 units. 6 lots, based on the zoning that we have. You can't change that and say, well, no, I can go 25 units and I can just shrink the lot sizes, but still have single-family dwellings. I think everybody's following me, right? So we need some clarification from staff and the planning department as to if this was the intent. Somehow we need to rewrite and maybe make some amendments to our documents that reflect that. Because what he was indicating was our documents are conflicting with each other. But I think the intent was there, and I don't think the intent was to make them conflict. So I'm hoping staff can maybe come back later and give us something that we can go by, maybe make some amendments. And the second thing that was brought up with Mr. Golding was the grade and how from the top of the road to the back of the lots that he's going to be building on, there's a significant drop. So like he said, there's going to need a lot of fill. And then again, he says this is going to affect, the ambience of the area. And I'm wondering if we have a provision where we can only allow for so much of a grade, and maybe the builder, when he does his houses, maybe he can design something with like walkout basements so that your front yard is a little higher than your backyard. Now your backyard, you can walk right out of your basement into the backyard. That takes a lot of grading on your property, beside your house, which makes it much better. And Mr. Goulding did mention something about the frost fence, 4-foot frost fence, and can we do something like that in the site plan agreement where they would have to put that fencing up? I know we have some fencing at Ridgeway by the lake, and can we make that a requirement in the site plan?
Mr. Hurlovich, is that something that was being conceived for this, that there would be a frost fence along the back property lines?
So, Mr. Chair, that is a request from the region that we include a condition of draft plan approval, that there be a fence along the backs of those properties, basically 1 to 6 and the back of 8, so that in essence there is a barrier between those lots and the floodplain and the adjacent creek. So that can be done.
And that would be the equivalent of like a site plan. They'd be bound to that and they'd be required.
It's in the subdivision agreement, so it'd be a requirement that they put that into place.
Okay. And just a follow-up, the other concerns that Councillor Lubberts raised, is that something that you can follow up on and include in the recommendation report?
We absolutely can follow up on that. I think there's some confusion, and I think it would be good to take some time in the recommendation report to basically clarify that, and it will take some time to put that kind of formulation together.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lubberts?
Yes, thank you very much. Now, did I hear correctly that the frost fence has to be recommended by the region, or can we recommend that?
My understanding, based on what Mr. Hurlovich had just mentioned, that would be a requirement from the region, and it will be included as part of the subdivision agreement, so they will be required to build that frost fence along all but one, I believe, the retained parcel. All the other ones would have the frost fence along the back.
Can we ask the region to make that a request?
I believe they
I've already
did.
made the request.
You have?
Sorry, to you, Mr. Chair. The region has already made the request.
Oh, all right,
So,
okay.
their area is to protect the floodplain and the wetland, and so therefore they're asking that the developer put in a fence so that people aren't going to bring all of their yard waste and dump it over in there.
So we can relay that to Mr. Goulding?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Was there anything else, Councillor Lubberts?
No, that's it, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Noyes?
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. Just a comment, and I brought it up with both presenters. And I don't think, I guess it's a question, and I could be wrong, but I don't think there's any way we can compel the developer or the builder to assist the two properties they're going to have to hook up to the sewers. It can be, $20,000 to $30,000 to $40,000 for these homes across the street. I noticed the one has the, I guess they call it the turtle septic, so his probably isn't going to be too bad because the turtle's on the side of the house. So, but if most people put their septics in the back of the house, and if they have to then reroute their plumbing from the inside all the way around and then attach to the lateral, it's going to be a huge expense for some of them, and I would think they probably would want to spend their money someplace else. So I don't know, is there any way that we can compel or request that some financial assistance to those two homes that will have no choice but to hook up once the sewer is put in place?
Perhaps we could get some compensation for them, and they could use that to help pay for the sewer that's now going to run in front of their house.
That would be wonderful if we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Noyes. I knew the context. Any other members? Your Worship.
Yeah, I have a bit of a problem with the reduction in the size of the frontage on these parcels. It creates smaller lots in an area that there just isn't typical. It creates more driveways onto Gorham Road, and, you know, I'm fascinated by the information that we get on traffic studies that tell us no problem. And if you drive up and down the road with any regularity, you know that it is a problem. There are vehicles that are speeding, even though it's 60, nobody goes 60 kilometers an hour there.
Well, they don't.
And when it's 50, they don't go 50. And so, to me, that's a bit of a problem. The owner of the property could have proceeded with 5 severances, so a total of 6 lots, including the existing house, would have had 18-meter frontage, which is 60 feet. And 60 feet out in that area is not a large lot. The front yards would have been 7.5 meters instead of 6. That is way too small on that type of road, in my view. The R2 is okay if you're in a built-up area. This is not a built-up area. And I don't know what the thinking was of the owner, the developer, in going from the original 5 additional lots to 7 lots, although I have my suspicions. But that's not our concern. Our concern is making sure that this development fits into something that's reasonable and reflects the vision that we have. I don't have the vision, I don't have a particular problem with lots that are 11 meters, which is what lot 8 will be, or lot 1. Lot 1 will be 11 meters. But I do have a problem with a 33 or 35 or 38-foot lot on a busy regional road, which we've been, at least I've been banging away at the drum on this for some time, that this is a corridor that's going to be problematic because, again, every development that takes place south of Garrison Road in Crystal Beach or Ridgeway is going to be, if it's on the west side of Ridgeway, is going to be utilizing Gorham Road as the funnel for traffic. So I have a problem with that. I want that clear, that I have an issue with respect to 8 lots instead of 6 because of the frontage. And if the developer had simply stayed with the current zoning, some of these other issues wouldn't have been issues. And we wouldn't need to be concerned about it. But I'm going to voice my concern right now. I'm appreciative of the fact that the developer wants to assist us in creating housing stock on the one hand. On the other hand, I'm a little concerned about where he wants to put these types of lots. Anyways, and that's all I've got to say on this.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Hurlovich, you got all that for the recommendation report? I know you did. I know you did. Thank you. Councillor, actually, before I go back to you, Councillor Noyes, are there any other members of council who haven't spoken yet who'd like to speak? Okay, Councillor Noyes.
I'm just wondering if we have a collision, history of a collision reports on that particular intersection, Nye Road and Gorham. If I recall, I think there has been some.
So, through you, Mr. Chair, we will look into that for the report.
Excellent. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question then. All those in favor? So that report carries. So that moves us on to PDS 49, 2022. That's the proposed amendments to the short-term rental program, advertising a short-term rental in the town of Fort Erie and operating a short-term rental without a license. Can I get a mover for that? Your Worship. Questions or comments from council? Your Worship.
I'd like to thank staff for taking the initiative on this. We'd been receiving a number of complaints about units being advertised for rent. They didn't have licenses. It's difficult to track those down. And then, of course, we've been getting the complaints about owners renting their property when they don't even have a license. So we found a couple of anomalies, the one anomaly being that if you operated without a license, you got a demerit point, but in order for the demerit point to be applied to anything, we had to issue a license, which then gave the owner the opportunity to say down the road, well, I had a license. So this report will clear that up by eliminating the demerit points if you're caught operating without a license. You'll simply get a fine, And then there'll be the recommended prohibition is 1 year from the date on which you receive the penalty notice before you can even apply for a license. And then the idea of escalating penalties. And so that hasn't been articulated exactly, but I do agree that it's important for us to make sure that people that want to rent on a short-term basis in Fort Erie know the rules and know that those are the rules. And if you don't want to follow the rules, rent property someplace else, but don't do it here. We did have a meeting, Ms. Grummett and I did have a meeting with Amanda Marshall, who's been assisting at various stages in providing advice and background from the industry's perspective. And of course, if you're a short-term rental owner and you're following all the rules, you want to know that everybody else is following the rules, because otherwise they're undermining your industry and they're giving a bad name to individuals who are compliant with the rules and trying to do the best that they can to put out a product that the tourists can utilize. She did mention that there are some problems with respect to the advertising, because there are some sites that will put up these ads, sometimes without the knowledge of the owner, which means that we could be finding something on Google or one of the other search engines, and the owner may say, I didn't put that up there. It doesn't have the license number, but here's the ad that I use. This is the ad. So I think we need to be cautious of that, Mr. Hurlovich, when we deal with this. Presumably there will be the right for the person who's fined to appeal the penalty, in which case they can raise that issue. But I think we need to be cognizant of that. The other concern that I did have, and I spoke very briefly to the lawyer, is we may be getting ourselves back into the same conundrum by issuing demerit points for somebody who advertises without a license, because we'll be back in the same predicament. So I would think that we wouldn't want to have demerit points if you're advertising a short-term rental without a license. There should be a fine, and perhaps an escalating fine for that, so that it would be similar to operating a short-term rental without a license. So aside from those recommended additional considerations that can be put forward in a draft bylaw, I don't have any other comments, but I thought it was an excellent report. I appreciate the initiative of staff, and I know that there's been some positive results already by bylaw enforcement pursuing some of these complaints.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. And again, I also want to echo the mayor's comment. I think it was a good move forward. I think there's always people who are going to find a way around it or ignore the rules. And unfortunately, there's a few repeat offenders, and we're trying our best, and I feel sorry for the neighbors. But there's only so much we can do. I don't think they care. The neighbors care. The people who are doing whatever they want to do don't. I want to just ask, the question I have is that, okay, there are fines and that, but we're not going to go into an educational program. I'm not trying to be facetious on this, but if you're renting, if you're doing a short-term rental and you don't have a license, you don't get a warning, you get a fine. And it should be that black and white. And if you don't, and that automatically you have to wait for the year or whatever like that. Not this educational process that, well, I didn't know, or I thought I could apply, or I thought I had. I can see, again, here I'm making excuses for them, in certain circumstances, but in the majority of them, they know. There's no way, if they're in this business, that they don't know to check with the municipality. So I think they are educated. I don't think we're going to tell them anything they don't know. I think giving them a warning just allows them a get out of jail card free at least one time. So I do hope that we stringently apply the fines. And I am in agreement that there would be a 1 year that they can't apply. I think I brought this forward several months ago, and I was hopeful to get 1 week that they couldn't apply. And I thought that was a challenge. Well, I'm thrilled to see it's a year. My question is, okay, my other question is, who gets the penalty? The moratorium, like not the moratorium that we have, but is it on the property itself, or is it on the owner of the property, or the manager who's managing the property? Like, who can't apply for a year? Is it, do we know that?
Yeah, Mr. Hurlovich,
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I would have to check the, what the licensing bylaw actually says, but typically it relates back to the licensee would be the owner of the property, but I would have to check on that. So whether, and there would be a responsible person, there might be a manager, but it comes back to that same owner, but I'd have to double check.
thank you, Mr. Hurlovich. Your worship,
Seems
was
the
there...
solicitor wants to comment.
Sorry. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, the licensing bylaw does provide that the license can be issued only to the owner of the property. So consequently, the person or persons ineligible to apply for the license would be the owner of the property. The demerit points, which are a separate topic of discussion, do attach to the property, but insofar as the licensing prohibition is concerned, that would be applicable to the owner of the property.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sturton. I forgot you sit behind me there. I haven't seen you there very much, so thank you very much. Councillor Noyes.
No, that explains it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council? Councillor McDermott.
You know, I agree with both the mayor and Councillor Noyes on this one. I probably wouldn't be so lenient. I mean, to be honest, $1 million, right? Of short-term rentals. I've always been. But we do have rules and regulations. And when you're caught operating without a license in this town and plead, I don't know what the heck's going on, well, you don't have to be circumventing the system. So everybody here knows. So I know there are probably 30 different people who want to put in short-term rentals the right way, and they're waiting for us to make our decisions in the planning area, right? But, you know, as far as I'm concerned, if you're running an illegal place, your opportunity should be over. That's the way I feel about it. And I probably, well, I'll support whatever council wants to do. I don't think I'd be supportive of helping people that have been circumventing the system, knowing full well what they're supposed to be doing. And that's whether it's advertising or renting illegally. There must be pretty good money in those short-term rentals that are running illegally for them to circumvent the system, because paying the fine doesn't seem to bother them too much. So I agree with both of you on that issue for sure.
Yeah, and thank you for that, Councillor McDermott. Councillor McDermott and I have shared many Sunday morning breakfasts where he's lamented about how the fines, it's almost more financially advantageous to operate illegally rather than the fines. He suggested $1 million. I don't think the province would approve an AMPS fine that high, but and just to a point Councillor Noyes raised, we did have a planning subcommittee meeting recently, and it does seem to be the same continuous operators that are repeatedly being issued infraction notices, and it seems to be the same addresses that come up all the time, and I too agree with where we're going here. But Councillor Zanko, my apologies, floor is yours.
No, that's okay, thank you. And I agree with everything that my colleagues have said, especially what Councillor McDermott had said. I actually think 1 year is far too lenient if you're operating without a short-term rental license. That really is just, you know, essentially one season that they're going to miss out on. I would be happy to support an extended period if one of the councillors wanted to move that. Other than that, I mean, I think that there's a lot of context in this report. But again, the 1 year, if you're operating illegally, and we have continuously, we're continuously receiving reports that people are, 1 year is just not enough.
Yeah, and Councillor Zanko, I think just, I think it goes without saying that we do provide public education on social media. in the newspaper about the requirements for short-term rental operators. So to Councillor Noyes' point, it's very difficult at this point for anyone to plead ignorance. I share that opinion. But are there any other members of council? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Getting on to what page? It's page 2 of the report. It goes on. It talks about the 250 licenses, and we're limited to 250 in any given year. And maybe someone can explain. I was under the understanding that we limited to 250 licenses until we got this bylaw in place. Once we got the bylaw, what we wanted and what we were going to do, then any new property owners wanted to apply for a license, they could apply for a license. And I don't know that I see any benefit to the town if we limit the number of licenses. And I'm going by giving licenses to people that are going to follow the rules, not people that are going to be a nuisance. But did I hear it wrong in the past, or is this an error in the report?
Your Worship, did you want to speak to that? I saw your hand raised.
No, it's not an error in the report. We did put a limit of 250. That was after we debated this and had received a report in 2021. So that's the limit. At the time, there were 217, I think, licenses that had been issued. And then we were going to be doing, we were going to look at zoning implications. Because we were concerned then about issuing new licenses in areas that we might want to provide a prohibition against short-term rentals through the zoning bylaw, we put in place a moratorium. Consequently, we've been advised that with the increase in the market, some of the licensed owners have sold their properties. So that we're down to, I think it's 179 or 173 short-term rentals right now because no new ones can be issued. The people that bought some of those properties may have thought they could get a license. They should have done their due diligence, but some of them who would have bought didn't know. So right now we're at about 175, we'll say. The current limit is 250, but when we get the zoning report, that's a limit that we had talked about can fluctuate. So it may go up, it could go down, it could go who knows where, but we'll be on more solid ground once we've determined what we're going to do with the zoning.
Yeah, and thank you, Worship. I recall that conversation that there'd be some flexibility depending on market conditions at the time.
Okay, so
Councillor Lubberts?
I guess then what I'm hearing on the street then is the reason they can't get their license now is because during that conversation we said we're not going to issue any new licenses until the bylaw and the zoning is cleared up. Right. So that clarifies that. On page 3, it talks about the demerit points again, and it says here 15 demerit points or more. If you get those, then there's a hearing to is required to determine if the short-term rental license should be revoked. I don't think we need a hearing. If you get 15 demerit points, your license is revoked. Now, we can provide a hearing if you want to appeal it, but why would we go through the process of having a hearing?
I'm wondering if
you're 15 demerit points and you're violated. It's no different than your driver's license. You get too many points against your driver's license, it's automatically suspended.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Ms. Sturton might want to comment on that, if there may be legal requirements for the hearing. I'm speaking for her. Ms. Sturton, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Councillor Lubberts. As a matter of procedural fairness, there needs to be some sort of mechanism in place to permit someone to appeal the revocation of a license. So whether the revocation is automatic and that triggers a hearing, or the hearing is automatic, whether or not the license is being formally revoked, it could be done either way, I suppose. The way it's set out at present is that if that certain number of demerit points is accumulated, then a hearing is required. There is also a challenge or appeal process that's in place, and the kinds of amendments that are being proposed in this report, which are not fully before council this evening, but the nature of those amendments would include a hearing process in the event of a license revocation.
Yes,
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Chair, I
Councillor.
get that.
Yeah.
And the hearing process is there. But the hearing process is if you appeal, and if we got another report coming up later on with gaming, and if there's any suspensions in there, you have a certain amount of time to make the appeal, and then your appeal process starts. But in this here, you automatically get the hearing, and even if you don't request it. We're going to have a hearing, and we're going to discuss whether we're going to revoke some guy's license, whether he appeals it or not.
So
According
Councillor,
to what we have here, and I think we don't need that. If the appeals process should be similar to what we're going to do with gaming. You have to apply for the appeal, and then you get your appeal. But if you get to 15 points, your license is revoked, and we move on.
so my understanding, Councillor Lubberts, is that there's going to be a draft bylaw coming back with some changes, and the mayor had made some suggestions and other things, and I'm wondering if this is perhaps something that can be taken into account. I don't disagree with where you're going with that. Whether the hearing is automatic and they don't show up, or whether they apply for the hearing, that's neither here nor there. I don't disagree, though, that if you get to that point, it should be suspension, and then you have to justify why you're not suspended versus not being suspended, and then we have to justify why you are suspended. So I get where you're going with that, and I agree. Is this something, I see staff pens moving there, so I'm not sure if that's the note they're taking down, but I see a smile, so I'll assume that. Are there any other, Councillor Lubberts?
I think I'm still moving forward.
Yes.
And then on page 4, we're talking about establishing a process for people operating without a license. And we also need some kind of mechanism where if you are operating without a license and there's people in your home, we need to have a mechanism where we can evict these people for being in a home, a short-term rental home with no license. Because I'm assuming that without the license, they didn't get all their inspections and they didn't get anything else. So I think we need to look at what can we do, and we need that mechanism as well. And then, Mr. Chair, my last point is on these licensings and our limits. I don't think it's fair for people that purchase a home and want to get a license, and then we got some guy that violated all the rules and we suspended him, and then he has to wait a year before he can get his license, and now a new homeowner has to wait to see if he gets a license, because we're only allowed 250 licenses. So if we got 10 people under suspension, waiting a year, those are 10 potential licenses that we can't issue to good people that are going to follow the rules. So I have a little bit of a problem with giving a guy a year suspension, and then the good guy's got to wait a year, and he might not even get a license, because if the guy renews, well, we're back to the 250. And so I think we got a problem there, and we need to look at it. I think if you get suspended, right, then you have a year to apply for another license. But if we're at 250, you're out. Because what I'm reading here, you get your license suspended. A year later, you just get your new license, you get your license back.
So just for clarification from staff, my understanding is because we have a yearly license that needs to be, you purchase your license every year, is there a legal difference between a renewal versus a new license? And if we do run into a situation like that where someone has been suspended, is it a suspension, or is the license revoked and then a new license issued? And how would that impact our cap? Because I get where Councillor Lubberts is going with that. You don't want to take licenses away from bad actors, so to speak, and then find yourself in a situation where they have preference to apply while others are waiting. And I don't think that's what's intended, but I'm just wondering if a member of staff or someone might be able to comment on, just to clarify where Councillor Lubberts is going with that. Again, I'll go to Ms. Sturton sitting behind me there.
Yes, and clearly, Councillor, you can't see the look on my face because I'm a bit confused about the discussion that's happening here. My understanding is that the 250 license limit is in place presently. Current license holders who are in good standing, so not those whose license has been suspended or revoked, are eligible to renew and take one of those 250 licenses. The person who has purchased a new property who's not held a short-term license before is not eligible at this time because of the moratorium. Those are two different issues. Right. So the 250 cap is applicable to current license holders who are in good standing, so not the bad actors. There is a difference between suspension and revocation of a license. The suspension is theoretically temporary, capable of reinstatement. The revocation is a complete revocation of the license, and that triggers the longer ineligibility period under the bylaw, and certainly under the pending amendments would be a longer period. So I hope that's of some help in clarifying the matter.
No, Ms. Sturton, it definitely was, because you mentioned the good standing part, which was specifically mentioned when we brought this up originally about being included in that. You had to be in good standing, and I think we made a determination, I think it was 3 or 4 demerit points or something. I could be, was it 5? Yeah, so we made a determination on what was determined as good standing, so I think we've already got that sorted.
Yeah, I understand that, but that is where we're at currently. Once we implement the zoning and we get this bylaw and we get everything straightened out and everything is tweaked up, we're going to be at 250 licenses. When we get 250 licenses and somebody has 15 demerit points, it says here that you're going to have a hearing to talk about whether we're going to revoke the license. Doesn't say anything about suspension, it says revoke. So now that license is gone. Now, that same person has a year before they can apply for another license. What about the new guy that buys a house and says, hey, I want to get a license? Or a guy that owns a house and decides, well, I'm going to get into the short-term rental business. I'm going to apply for a license. That guy has to wait a whole year for this other guy that we revoked?
No, Councillor Lubberts, because they wouldn't be considered in good standing, so they wouldn't have preference to apply. That's my understanding. So the other person, as long as they're below that 250 cap...
You can't be in good standing unless you have a license.
No.
Your Worship, if you want to comment on this, because I think you got a grasp on this better than I do.
So the short answer to your question will be, if there's an issue here, and I know that in discussing the bylaw with Ms. Sturton, she has some concerns about some aspects of the bylaw. So presumably when we're going through this process and we do the zoning exercise, there will be a need to rewrite this bylaw. And some of the issues that Councillor Lubberts has expressed concern about can be clarified so that all of us will understand it. Some of us think we understand it now, some aren't sure that they understand it. We'll have to make a bylaw that everyone can understand. And we'll deal with a number of issues at that point in time, including what's to happen, whether there's a distinction between suspension, revocation, whether there even is a suspension, but also who gets priority, because one of the issues that we had dealt with was who has priority on renewal. And renewal that's the issue where we talk about who's in good standing. But we maybe need to, now that we're going to change the dynamic with respect to what happens when you get caught operating without a license, there are no demerit points. There's going to be a prohibition of how long you have to wait before you can even apply. We can cover that type of thing in the new bylaw, which, so I think the short answer to your question is we're going to have to deal with all of these issues when we deal with zoning and the creation of a tidier bylaw.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I think we're kind of in agreement here. This is kind of a transition point while we sort out the zoning and everything else, and we're going from there. So I think the comments are well taken.
That's why I'm bringing this up, is because I don't think it's fair that a guy has to wait. And if I don't have a license, I can't be in good standing because I haven't operated. But the other guy isn't in good standing either. He got revoked, right? He's not in good standing. So now you got two people that are not in good standing, but one guy, he's never done anything wrong. This guy's done 15 things wrong. So, yes, Mayor Redekop, you got a comment to make on that?
No.
Well,
I'm
Chair, Councillor Lubberts.
First of all, the in good standing in the bylaw refers to the renewal of your license. It doesn't have to do with the application for a new license. Obviously you're not in good standing because you don't have any standing, but once the moratorium is gone, people can apply for the license. If you're not in good standing because you've got demerit points, you're not going to be on a priority list for renewal. But before we even get there, before that moratorium is even lifted, we're going to have to deal with the zoning, and that's going to put us in a position where we can insist upon a clearer bylaw. So I had my hand up because I'm just waiting for you to be finished, and then I had a couple of questions.
Yeah, Your Worship. Councillor Lubberts, are you done?
Thing,
Okay, one more thing.
Yeah, when we were talking about the advertising and so forth, is there a possibility that we can put warnings on these websites and these search engines that people look through, warning them that they need to make sure that their short-term rental people have a license? Is there anything we can put on websites or stuff like that, or even on our Facebook, to make people realize that, you can't just rent, that the owner has to have a license?
Yeah, I don't think we can do it on the search engines, but Your Worship.
Yeah, no, I know that our staff has had some dialogue with the major short-term rental organizations like Airbnb and
Verbo is the other one, yeah.
And I know that they're also, as a result of Amanda Marshall's comments, I believe that there's going to be some follow-up with these search engines, but it's impossible. It's impossible to get them to put up that. And even if you could, where would you find it? So that the short answer is it would be very difficult. What we're going to have to do is just make sure that we're sensitive to the fact that sometimes ads get on these search engine sites that even aren't authorized by the owner. And as long as they can provide some verification of that, that would be presumably satisfactory for the hearing under a AMPS scenario. So I think that addresses, was there?
Yeah, Councillor Lubberts? All right, Your Worship.
So I had two questions, and the first had to do with Ms. Marshall had suggested that one of the ways that we could deal with the conundrum of how do you prove who's in, how many people are renting and how many aren't, is that we could require the owner of a short-term rental to maintain a record of when they've rented, to whom they've rented, who with particulars of name, address, telephone number, and particulars of who is going to be in the room. That's something that we could require of an owner. Not that we would want that each and every time they rent, but if an issue arose as to how many people are in this unit. So you've got 6 cars parked outside a rental. It's after 11 o'clock. You show up and they say, "Oh no, this guy's just visiting. He's going to be leaving." Well, okay, I'd like to see I'd like to see the owner's record. So I'm wondering if my question was, is that something that we could contemplate putting into an amended bylaw? Maybe Ms. Sturton could respond to that.
Yeah, Ms. Sturton, is that something we can do?
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the Mayor. Absolutely. We can put in a requirement that would require the owner or potentially operator, depending on the circumstances of the short-term rental, to maintain such a record and to produce it to the town upon reasonable request.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay. And then the second question is to the clerk. Is it adequate for us just to be opining on what we think the changes should be, or should we be more formal about that?
Madam Clerk.
I believe it would be helpful if you were to make an amendment just to include those specific things. Ms. Sturton's quite aware of what specifically you want, but the way the recommendations are worded, the report doesn't include them, so they should be amended.
Okay, so then in terms of I'd like to move an amendment then in terms of the
Yes, Your Worship.
the first recommendation that deals with advertising, and that be that rather than demerit points for advertising a short-term rental without a license, there simply be a fine with a prohibition to apply for a license and an escalating penalty similar to operating without a short-term license. So that's the First Amendment.
Okay. So the amendment's on the floor. Any questions, comments from council? Seeing none, all in favor? So that amendment carries, Your Worship.
Then the second one is in terms of, I guess this would be an additional provision, that the bylaw be amended to require that the owner or operator of a short-term rental unit maintains a record of the renters at the property and produce that record upon reasonable request by the town.
Thank you, Your Worship. That amendment is now on the floor for questions or comments from council. So I'm seeing none. I'll call the question. All those in favor? So that amendment carries, Your Worship.
No, I'm out of amendments. Maybe Councillor Zanko wanted to.
I just wondered if you had any other comments or...
Councillor Noyes has her hand up.
Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. I guess my question may be through you to Ms. Sturgeon. Is there any way that we can do a sliding scale? Like, okay, I know one particular situation. They don't care about $1,000 a day because they're charging $1,800 a day.
Yeah.
And they're not going to get caught every day. So I'm just wondering if there could be like a sliding scale in regards to, twice the daily rate or something like that. So in other words, if you're charging $1,800, the fine is $1,800 or twice $1,800, something like that. So that the person who's making $1,800 a night feels it a little bit more than the person who's renting for $600 a night. Not that I'm saying the $600 one should get off free, yeah, but I think can there be a sliding scale in regards to the penalty itself? Because if we find the guy for $600, $1,000, he's going to feel it a lot more than the guy who's charging $1,800 a night. Is there any way we can do that?
Yeah, Ms. Sturton, is that something possible under the administrative penalties?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Noyes. Unfortunately not. The administrative penalty system exists to encourage compliance with bylaws and is specifically prohibited from imposing a fine that does any more than that. So to the extent that you attempted to tie it to the rental rate, I don't think that would be defensible or supportable. However, what we can do is add provisions for an escalating fine for repeat contraventions, which is one of my intentions with the pending amendments, as well as provide that, for instance, each calendar day on which a contravention is identified is treated as a separate penalty. And so you could impose multiple penalties on a more or less continuous basis or a repeat basis. So the bad actor who is flouting the bylaw by continuing to rent in the absence of a license will receive or potentially receive multiple sequential AMPS tickets. They can't be tied to the rental rate, but they can certainly escalate within reason, and they can be repeated in terms of every calendar day or week or something along those lines.
Thank you, Ms. Sturton. Councillor Noyes?
Do we need a motion to include that, or?
I believe Ms. Sturton said she was planning on including that in the bylaw revisions, so if you're good with that, Councillor Noyes, I think...
The other question I do have, I understand that one, is, okay, this is kind of outside the short-term rentals, people who are behaving badly don't care, and we have repeat offenders. When does this become a police issue, or does it ever become a police issue? Like if they just, okay, we just keep giving them the fines every day, and they keep having people in every day, and the neighbors keep getting the negative effect from it. What are our options other than just giving them a $1,000 fine every day when they're still making $1,800? You know, they're still making $800. What can we do?
Ms. Sturton, is there anything else we can do to Councillor Noyes' point about police, or is this strictly a municipal bylaw issue?
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Noyes, the regulation of short-term rentals in the town of Fort Erie is a bylaw matter. And so the enforcement tools that exist to encourage compliance or to penalize those who don't comply really are the tools available to the municipality. If things escalate to the point that there's a criminal offense, then police involvement would be appropriate. But I think that we have a number of tools in the toolkit. We have fines, we have AMPs, we have orders, we have a number of things we can do. But I don't know that involving the police, unless there's a criminal matter, is one of them.
Councillor Noyes?
Can we block the driveway? Like,
Your Worship?
Yeah, I believe that Ms. Sturton and I had discussed the possibility of proceeding by provincial offense, which could result in a court order. And the court order, if violated, would be a contempt of court. That becomes very serious. And so that is another option that's available to us. We could, I mean, I guess in the worst case scenario, we could apply to the court for some type of
injunction
relief, an injunction that, again, the provincial offenses, if we can get an order, that could be adequate.
well, it sounds like there may be some help. But I would definitely support a motion if Councillor Zanko wants to do that, to increase the 1-year penalty to maybe 2 or 3 years.
Okay. Councillor Zanko?
Sure, I will put a motion on the floor to increase it to 5 years.
5. Okay. So that amendment is now on the floor. Do any members of council have any questions or comments? Your Worship.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether it wouldn't be more efficacious if 5 years wasn't the penalty right off the bat. I'm just wondering
sliding scale,
whether it might not be, for the first offense, it's a 2-year prohibition. If you get a license and then it's suspended again, it's a 3 or 4 or 5 or whatever. I'm just wondering if that might be more efficacious. 5 years is a long time, and we're almost inviting people to violate, I think. But not that I'm sympathetic to people violating, and not that I'm sympathetic to anyone who operates like the people that we've heard about recently, who insist week after week renting out. So could be attach it to a violation. So if we get somebody that's violated it 3 times, I mean, I guess even if, now that I think about it, the prohibition could be lengthened if you violated it.
Perhaps.
If you violate it while you're still
it adds on top
just
rather
add
than
on top of it.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I'm thinking. What the numbers would be, I wouldn't want to suggest.
Councillor Zanko.
Well, I think I'm obviously a bit sensitive to this because I do have a property that continues to do this regardless of the fines. But no, I understand what the mayor is saying. I still do think, obviously if you violate it more than once, I think you're intentionally violating it. But I would be open to perhaps more of an occurrence of time frames than rather a harsh 5 years. So I guess I can move that I don't know how to make the wording of this.
Pick a number, and then for each additional infraction, another year, up to a maximum of 5 years.
Okay. Well, then maybe we start with the year and then continue.
Go to 2.
Okay, we'll start with 2 then, and then we'll continue an additional year per infraction up to 5 years.
To a maximum of 5? Okay. So that amendment's on the floor then for questions or comments from council. Councillor Lubberts?
And that is, if you get up to 15 demerit points, or if you get
No,
caught with
this is operating without a license.
or just operating without a license?
Just without a license.
All right, okay.
Any other questions or comments? I'll call the question then. All those in favor? See the amendment carries. So we're back to the report. Councillor Zanko? No, I'm just wondering if the floor was still yours. I was wondering if you had any questions or comments. Okay. Anything else? We've dealt quite a bit of time on this, so I'm just wondering if we can call the question. Councillor Zanko.
Councillor Roberts made a point earlier with regard to the hearing, not necessarily having a hearing, just having your license suspended. Do we need to make an amendment to that, or?
I think the mayor had mentioned that this is going to need to be worked out. But Councillor Lubberts, did you want to move something, or are you fine with the way things were explained and how we needed to deal with this once we get the zoning sorted out and the moratoriums lifted?
If it requires an amendment, then I would certainly move the amendment that after 15 demerit points, the license is revoked, and that the owner has the opportunity to appeal it and have a hearing.
Okay. So that amendment is on the floor. Questions or comments? Councillor Noyes.
Isn't that what it says now?
I think it says that the hearing is first to determine whether the license would be revoked, or was it suspended?
Okay.
Revoked? Okay, revoked. Sorry, I don't want to open Pandora's box here. So it's basically, this is just flipping it around. Okay. Any other questions or comments? I'll call the question then. All those in favor?
Question is, I just want to make sure that that Ms. Sturton's got that and that she's going to be able to manage that.
Yeah, Ms. Sturton?
Yes, thank you. I think I have the amendment would be that this has nothing to do with those operating without a license. The idea is to change the existing regime for those operating with a license that accumulate 15 demerit points. Presently, the bylaw indicates that upon 15 demerit points accumulating, a hearing is required to determine if the license should be revoked. So my concern is what will happen if someone is content to let the demerit points sit on the property, they then effectively retain the license. Well, I guess they don't retain the license. No, I think
It's revoked, yeah.
if it's automatically revoked. Okay, sorry, I'm following you now. It just took me a while to get there. I think that's doable.
Okay, thank you. So I'll call the question then. All those in favor? So that amendment carries. I think everyone's had an opportunity to speak. I'll ask one last time. All right, I don't see any hands up, so that's good. So I'll call the question then on the report as amended. All those in favor? So that carries. Thank you very much, everyone. That does it for reports this evening. Yep, that's it for reports. Any new business or inquiries this evening? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I don't know if I should bring that up here or corporate services, but Ms. Brewster was here earlier, and I'm wondering, I don't know if I need a motion or if staff could just come forward and give us
I think that would be
some
corporate.
information.
We have the land committee minutes under corporate services, so
Yeah.
you can deal with it then.
Okay, right.
Yeah, that'd be corporate. Any other new business inquiries? Business status report, questions, comments? I hand the chair back to you, Your Worship. Did I miss something?
The business status report, there's like,
Oh, okay. I'm so used to that, I don't even think twice about it
16.
anymore.
there's 16 reports for August the 8th.
Oh, God.
What's the likelihood they're all going to be going forward, I wonder?
Mr. Hurlovich, do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, some of the reports are marked tentative. Some of those will just be, basically going with the recommendation. Heritage grant is recommended by the committee, A or an A. So I don't see some of those requiring a lot of discussion, but now that I've said that, I probably just jinxed us.
Welcome to Fort Erie, Mr. Hurlovich.
I see 4 that are marked tentative, so, okay.
Well, if you're good with that, Your Worship, the floor, I hand the chair back to you.
Thank you. So before we go to the next, before we go to infrastructure services, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We're now going to infrastructure services. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Infrastructure Services is now in session. There are no presentations and delegations. That brings us to report number IS 19-2022, the neighborhood traffic calming policy. Mayor Redekop.
Yeah, Councillor Noyes, at the request of staff, I believe this is to be deferred to next Monday, July the 18th, to provide for some additional consultation with the public through our Let's Talk Fort Erie platform.
Yes, I do know that, so are we going to defer it then?
So I move that.
Okay. Any questions on the deferment to August the 18th? Seeing none, all those in favor? Okay, carries. That brings us to IS 24-2022, the Infrastructure Services Future Staffing Report. Any comments or questions?
It's to go on the floor.
Oh, I need a mover.
I'll move it.
Okay. It's now on the floor for any comments or questions. Councillor Lubberts.
Yeah, just, I want to go back to the last one. I got here July 18th. You got August 18th? Is that what you said?
No, I think I said July 18th.
I think I may have said August 18th.
Well, I said July. You weren't listening to me. Once
Yeah.
again, Councillor Noyes, you weren't listening to me.
Okay, let's
It
straighten
happens
this
every
out.
once a year.
All right, what is it, August or July?
It's July.
Okay.
We'll have to look back at the minutes to see who said August first. But anyway, okay, any comments or questions on this report, on the staffing? No, this is the Infrastructure Services Future Staffing Report. Okay, seeing no, Mayor Redekop?
Now, not only are you not listening to me, you're ignoring me.
That was intentional, but anyway.
I thought this was an interesting report, particularly from the perspective of what we, I think, have known all along has been going on upstairs in both infrastructure services and planning, and that is the amount of work that we're expecting our staff to undertake. And this report highlights a number of areas where we need assistance. I think that there will be opportunities for the CAO, hopefully, to look at the overall organization and find out some areas where there may be opportunities to do some reorganizing in order to fulfill some of these staffing needs. I think it's also helpful if we look at, as was mentioned in the report dealing with the new software for the planning, building, and bylaw enforcement, that there are savings, there are potential savings by doing some of these changes. But also, in this particular case, with infrastructure services, looking at the potential cost avoidance, so that if we've got people that are doing more than they can reasonably expect it to do, we run the risk that we're going to incur costs that aren't necessary. So hopefully this report, when we get to the budget and start looking at what our actual needs are, and the CEO has had an opportunity to go through this report and take a look at the overall organization, we're going to find that, yes, there are costs, but those costs will help us to become more efficient as an organization and more responsive to our residents. So, interesting report. The numbers are large, but we are a growing community, and we need to be able to meet the demands. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Reading the second that, it's asking that we, that they be considered in future budgets. Can we not maybe change that so Mr. Walsh could provide us with some kind of funding requirement for the next year's budget?
Just looking in the report.
It's in the report.
Mr. Walsh, do you want to comment on that?
Madam Chair, it's in the report on page 8. There's a table by year.
Page 8 of 9. There's a.
Yeah, I see that's in the report, but what we're voting on needs to be what's in the report then, I think. I think we should change the second that. Correct, Madam Clerk? Correct?
I would suggest that it's going to be considered by council at budget and committee. And this is the way it's generally done, is that the recommendation is made to consider it at the next annual budget. He's given you the figures, so it'll come forward then. Correct, Mr. Walsh? Thank you.
All right.
Councillor Lubberts, anything further? Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I want to make a few comments in that I thought this was an excellent report in regards that it used very objective information and it was very much data-driven. I was surprised at how much below we are in regards to staffing, in regards to our population and comparison municipalities. And I think we have to acknowledge the hard work that our staff is doing, considering if you look at the numbers where, you know, they're really doing they're doing a lot more with fewer people because we have great staff, but very objective, and it would be easy to support it because the data is there, the information is provided, and in regards to comparisons, our population keeps growing, but that's the one place we're above. Everything else we're below in regards to the number of hours and number of staff, the number of kilometers too. That we have more kilometers, but we have fewer staff to maintain them. And I understand, recalling from it, that with all the new roads and the new subdivisions, we're looking at an increase in the kilometers too, which means again an increase in maintenance. So I am very much in support of this, and yes, it's going to be, I think they're looking at 3 staff in the next few years, I think next year, and then more staff in the upcoming years. But again, we are growing, and that's the cost of progress. Okay, all those in favor of the report? The report carries. That brings us to IS 25-2022, CNR train whistle cessation study. Any comments or questions? Yeah. Hey, it's getting late. Okay, long night. Okay, so it's on the floor for comments or questions? I can comment. I can ask questions. I'm just in favor of the report.
Call the question.
Big surprise.
Call the question.
Okay, so call the question. All those in favor? The report carries. That brings us to new business inquiries and a response to my inquiry. I don't know if we want to read that out.
I will. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. The full document is in your agenda tonight. I'll stick to the salient points of it. At the May 30th, 2022 council meeting, Councillor Noyes inquired about if a property has an open ditch, is a resident required to maintain it? So our maintenance of property is covered under bylaw 92-2019, a bylaw to provide for the maintenance of property and land within the lands of Fort Erie. Boulevard is defined as item 2.2. It means the portion of the highway between the town property line and roadway, which is not used or intended for the use of vehicular travel by the general public, and includes any landscaped areas and boulevards that are separated from private property by sidewalks. Item 6.1 is every owner shall ensure that, other than the land zoned for agricultural operations, turf grass or similar vegetation is kept trimmed to a maximum length of 15 centimeters, there's a typo there, or 6 inches, including the grassy boulevard portion of any highway or part thereof. Flipping over, we did some research on other municipalities within Ontario, and most municipalities have very similar language and controls in place for boulevard maintenance, which doesn't exclude ditches in urban areas. The last point is that the town of Fort Erie bylaw states that the landowners are responsible to maintain the boulevard, which includes the ditches. The town does not prescribe who or which equipment should be used to maintain the ditch or boulevard, and if unable to do it themselves, the landowner may hire may hire the work to a private contractor.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Any comments or questions? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much to Mr. Walsh for this information. I'm hoping that this is something, Councillor Noyes, that you might be able to bring up at the Infrastructure Services Subcommittee meeting. I certainly understand, the intent here. We want residents to maintain properties, and we have our property standards bylaw. But I know I've brought motions up in the past about this. It's been a challenge for some residents who have had ditches at a certain depth that they've been able to maintain, where the topology of the ditch has changed, and then it becomes very difficult for them to maintain. I've even spoke with residents who have been injured and had falls trying to mow these ditches. I have another resident who every time the contractor comes out, they want to charge him $150. And that doesn't sound like a lot of money, but when you have to do it in the spring when grass is growing like crazy to maintain that property standard, you're spending that every week, if not, more than once a week when the grass is growing like crazy. So I think we may want to kind of flush this out and maybe look at a better solution, maybe targeted at those residents who have had the topology change. If it's means tested regarding access, I don't know what it is. It's not something that I think we should bring up at council. It's something better for a subcommittee. And I just wanted to mention that now that I think we need a better solution than just hiring a contractor just because the cost. It's more expensive than to get a snow plow out after a snowfall. It's something that requires continual work. So Councillor Noyes, just if that's something maybe you could have a discussion and your worship and Councillor Lubberts, I think it would be beneficial for the whole municipality if we could iron something like that out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. We actually have an infrastructure services meeting next week, and I can see if we can put it on the agenda for discussion. I do agree that not all ditches are created equal, and that perhaps we have to look at some criteria where there's a certain expectation for certain ditches, but again, you can't, there are certain ditches that, like I said, I'd need a ladder to get in and out of. And I wouldn't be the only one. And considering that we have, the senior population is growing in this town, that we have to be cognizant of our residents' too's ability. So yes, I'm sure we can put it on the agenda for next week. Any other comments or questions? Then I'm happy with the inquiry. I don't think we have to vote on it. Any other new business inquiries? Seeing none, that brings us to business status report. Seeing none, I'm going to turn the chair. Infrastructure Services is now closed. I'm going to send the chair back to the mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Noyes. That takes us to Corporate and Community Services. Councillor McDermott.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. We have Corporate and Community Services now in session. We have no presentations and delegations. We do have a report that was postponed from June 27th for the Council Remuneration Comparison Survey, moved by Councillor Butler, seconded by myself. So the first thing we'd like to do is to ask Council to receive that report for information purposes. Any comments or questions? All in favor?
Nope.
Oops, sorry. Councillor Lubberts?
Well, that's the first report.
Yeah, we're going to go. All in favor? Carry. Could I get a mover for CAO 12-1-2022? Councillor Zanko? Before we get started, I think I'd like to go to the CAO to give us an overview of this recommendation.
Thank you. Through the chair, the direction was given to me to go back and review some of the approach that was taken for a fair and reasonable compensation for council remuneration. And I did take a look at several other municipalities, and what I've included in the report are some good guiding principles, and maybe just for the benefit of the listening audience, certain principles, although these aren't all of them, was that the remuneration would be fair and reasonable, easily understood by the taxpayers. Remuneration recognizing the work that council has is demanding and important, and as such should be appropriately compensated. that council salary should not be perceived as a barrier to those seeking to serve the public. Remuneration recognizes the complexities, responsibilities, time commitments, and the accountabilities associated with the role. Some very common guiding principles for several municipalities that have gone through this sort of remuneration review. And in addition to that, I had taken a look back and found reference that this council had endorsed living wage principles around paying fair. So based on that, and some discussion I've had, and to be quite frank, my own experience as a city councillor, that a conservative estimate of the amount of time town councillors spend, not just sitting in council, but preparation for reviewing reports and agendas and other duties that are assigned as councillors, conservative estimate of $20 using a living wage of $18.90 per hour, which was the 2021 living wage that was established locally here, would generate council remuneration of $19,656. It compares relative to some of the comparator municipalities that were stated before. I would say probably a conservative estimate of the number of hours that are spent. And so on the basis that that living wage calculation does place council closer in comparison with some of the comparator municipalities, my recommendation would be that for the next term of council, at the start of the next term of council, the 2022 to 2026 council term, that it would be adjusted for the next term of council. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Dubanow?
Yeah, more of a comment, Mr. Chair. I know when we received the original comparison survey, I expressed some concerns about timing and optics and other related matters. I want to extend my appreciation to Mr. McQueen for all the information he just provided, as well as Ms. Morden, our manager of employment services, for all the work they put into this report. I'm going to support it, and I know that's always a very difficult thing to do for any sitting councillor when you're talking about voting on your own pay raise, so to speak. But I want to clarify a few issues. It's not a pay raise for me. I'm a sitting councillor right now. This does not apply to this term. I do plan on, I am seeking re-election, and if the residents of Ward 2 are gracious enough to return me, it would apply then. But I think it's important to point out that regardless of who returns to council in my seat or anyone else's seat, this would apply to them. So it's not about us here now. It's about the next term. So it's not benefiting us as individuals now. The more important point for me is the aspect of living wage. Now, this is a very important issue. It's something that has been discussed. We've discussed it here in the municipality of Fort Erie. There's living wage employers across Niagara. My own business, every employee earns a living wage. We actually earn above the living wage. And the owners actually, myself and another individual, we get paid the same wage as the employees. It's something we feel very important about. You all contribute, you all have the same value, so that's what we do. It would be very difficult for me as a councillor to encourage businesses to pay a living wage to their employees to be able to support themselves, take care of themselves, and contribute to their community and take care of their families if we aren't paying a living wage to councillors. And it becomes even more important because it's an additional burden on your time and on your energy, and it takes you away from your family. You're removing that aspect to be able to earn income in the private sector, and you're doing it as public service instead. So I think it's very important to have the living wage aspect. And when I view it in that context, and when I view it in that lens, and I look at it from the perspective of encouraging fair compensation and paying employees a living wage, it would be very difficult for me to say no to this, because it's not about me sitting here right now, it's about the next council. And how can I say no to this for the next council and say you're not worth a living wage? I can't. I know how it looks when councillors are, paying, but I can't. And I know there may be different opinions here, but that's the context that I view it from, is that this is about a living wage. So I am going to support this. If anyone has any questions in the community about my support, you have my phone number, you have my email address. I will happily give you every reason, and I will happily outline the black and white about how this is a living wage, and it's not fair to expect anyone to not earn a living wage, and that applies to members of municipal council as much as it does anyone else. So I am going to support this. When I saw the comparison come up, I didn't think I was, but when looking at it from this context, I think I have an obligation to support this, to encourage a living wage within our community. So that's my comment, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your indulgence, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Councillor Lubberts?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I agree with Councillor Dubanow. I've been a councillor, well, it'll be 12 years when I'm done. I'm not running for re-election, but I can tell the residents in this town, and we have a former councillor here, and he'll probably verify that councillors are not, in Fort Erie, are not making what they should be making. There's a lot more work that goes into being a councillor than people realize once you get in. And but when I went through the report and I saw that we're using the living wage estimate at $18.90 an hour, that was okay until you consider all the other factors, and Councillor Dubanow alluded to some of them. Living wage mostly, I would think, was calculated based on somebody working just a regular job. They go in 40 hours a week, they go home, they do their extracurricular activities, they spend time with their family, friends, whatever they do. Councillors, however, for the most part, already have a full-time job, and then what they do is they come to town hall and give extra time, to their community outside of their regular job. And if you were to do that at a regular job, then there's extra consideration that you are given. There should be consideration when deciding what is a fair remuneration for councillors. So it's a little similar to somebody working overtime. They get paid extra for working overtime. Shift workers are provided shift premiums because they go on an afternoon shift. It disrupts their lives a little bit. They're away from their family a little more. And same thing with midnight shift. They get shift premium a little bit more. And so that's what I'm trying to say, is we need to take that into consideration for council as well. And you're out there working a full-time job, and then you give up their time to serve the community as well. And that's why we get our remuneration. So there needs to be an extra compensation. Now in the report here, it shows at $18.90 an hour, the remuneration would be $19,656. I know at the last meeting when I talked about this, I said it can't be below $20,000. And so we're receiving this for information, I believe. Or we direct? No, this one we're directing. So I would like to make an amendment that we changed the 19,656, and I would like to add an extra $2,000 to that to make it 21,656. I see the CAO put his hand up. Did you want to speak on that?
Mr. McQueen?
Yeah, through the chair, to simply adjust the number of hours to 22 hours would have the same impact, and I don't think anyone would argue that you probably don't work 22 hours. I do think council does put a lot of time in around meeting attendance and the other obligations. It would bring the amount to 21,621, which is about the midpoint of the Lincoln and Grimsby comparator as a proposed change.
Yes, I see that, but when we look at Lincoln and Grimsby and Lincoln, and we put that somewhere in the middle, just go back to the last report that we have when we talked about staffing for infrastructure, and we looked at how many constituents you're serving for, you know, the hours that they give and so on and so forth. So with the population of Fort Erie at 30,000 and they're at 27, then yeah, we need to be somewhere in there. So I think I'd stay with my original amendment to add another 2,000. What would yours come out to with the added 22 hours?
It would be an additional $1,970.
Well, there you go. I'm adding $89. That would be my amendment.
That's your
Mr.
amendment?
Chair.
Anybody want to speak to that amendment?
We need a motion.
Beg your pardon? Oh, yes. You want to do that? Okay. Till what time?
30.
10:30.
Okay. All in favor? Okay. Okay, so councilors want to speak to this amendment? All in favor of the amendment? Carried. Can I have the full tally on that?
So the recommendation would read, council directs that the remuneration for councils be adjusted commencing with the 22 to 26 term of council to 21,656 based on a common guiding principles, living wage calculation, comparison to comparator municipalities.
21,656?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Your worship?
No, I'm good.
Any comments? Okay. Councillor Noyes?
This is not on the amendment because the amendment is already passed. I just want to say I'm not going to be supporting this. I'm being consistent with my past behavior when the last time it came up when I was on council. I believe then, as I believe now, that it should be a public committee that makes a recommendation. So that's been, again, my position in the past. But it does, I don't think that the pay to me does not reflect what my fellow councilors, their commitment to their job, their dedication to the job and the demands of the job. I'm not putting dollars and cents to that because I don't think you can measure that. I mean, if we had to pay, it would probably be a heck of a lot more than 20,000, but all these councilors and all the other municipalities are probably working more than earning their like if they had to get paid per hour, it would be a lot more, and particularly many of them are professionals, and that if I would have taken the same number of hours that I worked as a therapist and the pay I got as a therapist and multiplied it by the number of hours I put in as a counselor, but again, that's not why I'm in it. I'm not saying any of us are in it, so I can't support this because of that, but also the process, I think it needs to be public committee, but the other thing too, the timing. We're just getting out of COVID, inflation is going high, interest rates are getting high, and I just think the timing is bad too. Thank you.
Your worship?
Yeah, I'm going to support this, and I in some respects think this is long overdue. And when you look at the graph that was provided to us, the comparison graph, we're the fourth largest municipality in Niagara, probably the most progressive, or at least one of the most progressive municipalities. That's not simply because of staff, that's also because of the work that the councillors do. And yet, up until now, we're the councillors are the third lowest paid. They're not on a par with the municipalities that have similar populations. This is also a council that consists only of 7 people, 6 councillors. We reduced that number 22 years ago. Some of these councillors are still quite large. And when one looks at the amount of work that a councillor has to do, I mean, I know all of you know that members of the public, other than those people that we're married to or related to, have no idea how much time and energy you put in. And it's more than the time and the energy. It's the emotional commitment that you put into this job. That's something that has value. And you really can't put a monetary amount on the value of that to the community. When one looks at the total amount, if this were to pass, we're talking about $125,000 per year for 6 members of council. That is less than 0.4 of 1% of our budget. And good government, like everything else, has a cost. And for all the people that talk about too many politicians making too much money, they can't possibly be talking about council members in communities of this size. It's laughable. And residents, when they've got a problem, they want to know that there's somebody there that they can talk to, send an email to, get a response from. That's what all of you have been doing. You've been, and all of your predecessors have done the same thing. But this group, probably more than any. This isn't reflective of what the next council might look like, but I can certainly vouch for the professionalism and the work ethic of this particular council. The town of Fort Erie and the residents of the town of Fort Erie have been blessed with a group like you. Different perspectives, different life experiences, different opinions in many respects on how this community should move forward, but all committed to making this a better community, each and every one of you. So this isn't personal. This isn't something that should be reflective of how much you each as individuals should get paid. It's reflective of how much an individual who stands in the positions that you're in should be compensated. And, the 22 hours a week, there might be some weeks where you don't put in 22 hours. I can guess that there are some of those, but I can guarantee that there are weeks that you put in far more than 22 hours. And some of the 22 hours are spent here in front of the public. You are representatives of the public, and you've done an excellent job. So for you and for those who are going to be following, you should be appropriately compensated. So for the next council that's coming in, I hope that they will do as good a job as all of you have done, but certainly they should be adequately compensated to ensure that they are recognized for the value that they provide to this community. So I'm going to support this, Chair, simply because it is the right thing to do.
Councillor Lubberts?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to follow up a little bit on what the mayor had said about the cost for 6 councillors. What was it, $125,000? But if you look at what we're paying now, and with this increase, the increase is like $5,900 and change. It was basically $6,000 each. So $36,000 increase a year. And then if we do the comparable on your population at 30,000, it's less than $2 a person extra a year to represent, so I don't know that we can't afford an extra, dollar and change to give the wage increase to the council of the day. And Mayor Redekop, when you're talking about the time that you put in, you're right. There are times when it's a lot more than 22, especially when it's a project that you're directly involved in. Some of the other ones, it's another councilor that's involved, so it's a little less burden on you, but more on them. And I understand what Councillor Noyes is saying about having a public committee, but unless you're sitting here, and former councilors will tell you the same thing, unless you're actually doing it, I don't know that a committee that doesn't do the work can be the right people to decide whether the increases that there should be an increase. You have to experience what we've all experienced as being councilors. So I don't feel guilty about giving the raise, and I don't feel guilty. I don't think anybody should feel like they're padding their pockets or anything, because this is all about, bringing, like you said, quality people to the table. And you need quality people, and you need to remunerate them properly and fairly. And I don't think we're being excessive here. So I'm going to support the report, obviously, and hopefully everyone else will. Now, I was going to ask for a registered vote, but I don't think I will, because I don't want to put other councilors in the spot. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lubberts. Any further comments or questions on the amended recommendation? No? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. We'll move on to land matters. Comments or questions? Councillor Lubberts.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just let me get the minutes up here for it was to deal with Ms. Brewster and the property acquisition, but I think in the minutes it just said to get an appraisal for the road.
Okay, you want me to see where we're at with that?
Yeah, where is that?
McQueen?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. McQueen?
Thank you, through the chair. So on June 30th, the Land Committee met. We had a discussion about this property. The piece of property under discussion is a lot as it currently exists, potentially a marketable lot. But as the report outlines, there's a bunch of nuances with that property with respect to the road allowance that currently exists there being used by the multi-residential property on the opposite side. So Land Committee acknowledged that it's not a straightforward abutting landowner issue, because it has some of those other issues to be dealt with. And so the direction from the Land Committee was to move forward with a land appraisal for a marketable lot and a limited marketable lot. And depending on what direction council takes, if we choose to split the lot up, it would technically have limited marketable value. So we'll go ahead with an appraisal in both instances, but there was no direction given from the Land Committee on how or what would happen other than follow up with the abutting landowners once the appraisal is done.
Councillor Lubberts?
Yes, thank you very much. Now, when Ms. Brewster and her nephew were here, I asked why they wouldn't go all the way back, take the whole road allowance right behind their place. I still can't find it in the minutes here.
It's on page 1 of the minutes. which is page 4 of the report.
Page 4. So if you're going to get the appraisal for,
Both purposes.
the appraisal for the whole parkway, the whole road? Is
Through
that
the
what
chair,
you're?
yes, I think the intention was not to retain a portion of the road allowance, although that's still an option for the municipality, but I think it was to figure out a final disposition on the road allowance. Mr. Hurlovich may want to speak to it a bit further, but I think there are several options or several ways to separate the property if we chose to, based on the needs of the abutting landowners. And so there are some options that there was no direction given on a specific one, but we would have that discussion following the appraisal.
Yeah, because the one property that fronts on, it looks like it fronts on Repstock, but the driveway is on this laneway here. So they would need that road allowance to get into their driveway. So we would have to leave that portion of the road allowance open, right?
Through the chair, that is one of the considerations that we'd need to look at.
Yeah, yeah. And so we'll get like, what, 3 or 4 different pieces that'll be appraised, and then we'll go from there? Is that what the game plan is? Right
Yeah,
in
Mr.
front of
Hurlovich
just
can
the piece
chime in.
behind her place, get that appraised, the whole road, get that appraised, half the road, whatever it is that you're gonna do?
So Mr. Hurlovich may be able to correct me if I'm wrong here, but the appraisal's done on the lot as it exists, and then it would be portioned off based on a cost per square meter or whatever on the appraisal. And we're doing it as a limited marketability, in that if we chose to parcel up the lot, it technically doesn't have, it has limited marketability if we start to slice the laneways off. So we chose to get an appraisal on both to help us to determine a fair market value, depending on how it's sliced up.
Okay, so I guess my question is then, do we need to change what we're approving? Because we're approving the minutes the way they were written. Do we need to rewrite what and give you direction to do that?
Through the chair, I think once the appraisal's done and it's brought back to land committee, we probably will have more information about follow up with landowners adjacent to figure out what their interest is, and probably some work with the planning department on the configuration and whether we retain the road allowance or whether the road allowance is part of what we choose to sell at that market value.
Okay, good. If you're going to do that anyway, then there's no need for me to make any motion. Yeah, okay. All right, thanks.
Councillor Noyes?
Thank you, Councillor McDermott. Just reading the land committee minutes, there's an option of selling the property as a lot, like as a buildable lot, is there not? Like, is that not a possibility? I see Mr. McQueen.
Through the chair, that is one option. The challenge with that one option, which is something that we'd need to sort out, is what impact that might have on the property to the right of that lot. As right now, the road allowance is being used actively as access to parking for that multi-residential property. And there is some challenges with any sort of reconfiguration in the front off of the road there to provide sufficient parking for what might be required for that property. So the road allowance is somewhat implicating the use of that as a full lot, as a standalone lot.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Hearing that, okay, so we have the triplex using the road allowance as a parking lot for their residents, I guess. And I guess it happens all over town. It's not, this is not the exception to the rule. But anyone at this point can go there and park and have a picnic, lunch if they want to on the property, even though people who have used it for years may think it's theirs, it's not. So I think cleaning it up and saying you buy it or you don't buy it but this is what's going to happen to it. If you don't buy it, we're going to offer it to the other people. So I can see the problem of selling it as a buildable lot, but I can also see the advantage of breaking it up. But I wouldn't parcel it the way the Brewsters wanted it. Like, I mean, if they want the top end, they want the top end, you know, type thing, unless the person on the other side wants half of it. But I wouldn't leave that one part open and just like kind of basically there'd be landlocked. Basically, if the person below that, their blue line, so to speak, didn't want that other part, like to me, the blue rectangle they did made no sense at all, because they also want to maintain the road allowance. So I can kind of, so you can't have your cake and eat it too. So I think that we're probably going to have to parcel it off so the triplex people have a chance to buy their portion. The Brewsters get a chance to buy what's adjacent to their property, and that the far, I guess if you're looking at the lot, the far left stays open to, 15 feet or whatever, so that they can still get in and out. So I would be supportive of that, but I do think we have to start with what the Land Committee recommended, was find out what it's worth. Thank you.
Anything further on my matters? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Could I have a mover for CS? Thank you. Councillor Dubanow, 092022. To amend the bylaw for charitable gaming policy. Councillor Dubanow.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I just want to acknowledge that we have Mr. John Hill, the chair of the Community Gaming Development Corporation, here in attendance. He's been waiting very patiently this evening for the last report on the agenda, and Ms. Gress is here as well, the gaming coordinator for the town. I just want to express, as the council representative on the gaming board, the amount of work that the individuals who are on the steering committee to put together the updates to the gaming policy, how much work and effort they put into this, and the input that they took in from various sources to update it and better reflect, the changes from years that have gone by, and even removed things that no longer apply. I certainly hope this helps us move forward. I'm going to support this. I hope the rest of council does as well. And I just can't express enough the work that the board members put into this. It took them several months. They met separately to do this. It wasn't during board meetings. It was their own time, and they're all volunteers who put this together. So I just want to acknowledge that, the work they did. And of course, the work of Ms. Gress, but that goes without saying. She's been very active on this file for a very long time. And anyone who's worked bingo in town, anyone who's been involved in a nonprofit that has bingos, they know the amount of work that she does and the effort she puts in. So those were my comments. I know the evening's running long. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Zanko.
Thank you. I just actually, this is a great report, but I wanted to point out how easy this was for me to understand the way you laid this report out. So thank you very much, because I can tell you in all of the different policies that I've read over the years, this one was just so simple for me to understand. So thank you.
Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Councillor McDermott. I want to echo what my other councillors have commented. I did have a long conversation with Ms. Gress earlier today, and also congratulated her on a job well done, and to forward my congratulations to the rest of the committee. I did want to recognize that there were 2 support staff. I know it says a committee of 4 board members, but there was also 2 staff supports, Grace being one, and I'm sorry, I forgot the other person's name.
Oh, Carly. Carly.
Carly?
Oh, sorry.
Because I know they worked, Sonia? They worked hand in hand with the committee. And again, I've gone through many renditions of this particular policy, but also the OLG and the AGCO. They yearly, I think, make big changes, so it's nice that this was now fluid, rather than always trying to incorporate every new change that the OLG has, or the AGCO. They just refer to it. In other words, they don't have to keep changing the policy or adding the policy, or, addressing all the changes that continually happen at the government, at that higher government level. So I'm very much in support of this. I'm hoping that the relationship between council and this committee will improve. It has already, and will continue to improve and work well together. Thank you.
Councillor Lubberts?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I went through the report, and I had a couple questions, but I spoke with Ms. Grace during the break, and she answered them. But one question that wasn't, that I didn't bring back to her, maybe she could answer, was the two items that cannot be appealed by the license holder, and that's the expiration of a license or a permit. Maybe she could just verify. I don't know, as the member of the Friends of Crystal Beach, when we renew our license, I thought that we just filled out the forms every year and stuff, or is that the renewal?
Correct. Is this,
Done.
no, you are correct. You fill out an application. However, if you were negligent in not filling out your application on time and you didn't have a current permit, you would be suspended. And for whatever reason, if you felt you didn't want to apply, you could not appeal that decision.
Oh, all right, okay. Yeah, okay, yeah, no, that's good. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else?
No, that's it.
Don't.
Okay.
Your worship?
Yeah, thank you very much. I know you've done an excellent job over the years.
Thank you.
The question that I had, periodically it crops up. There are in the minutes indication that somebody has been asked to provide information or somebody has been suspended, but there's never an indication, of who of who that would be. Is that information that is ever made public, or is there a specific reason why the information isn't made public?
Through you, Mr. Chair. The reason we don't make it public is to protect the organization. A lot of the times when an organization is under suspension, it's a minor...
Matter of bookkeeping or that type of thing?
Exactly. And to put their name in the paper or in the minutes where it's broadcast, we do it to protect them, because for the most part, they're all volunteers as well.
Plus there are organizations that are trying to improve the community.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Anything further? All in favor? Carried.
And you make them stay till the end of the night.
Does anybody have anything under new business inquiries? No? Okay, then we'll move to business status report. Okay, back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Any meetings that anyone wishes to alert us to? Councillor Dubanow, Councillor Noyes, Councillor Zanko.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'm not sure, it's not a town meeting, but it's more of an announcement of a community event that was brought to my attention. Windmill Point Church is having their 100th anniversary service this Sunday. I had the address here.
Stone Mill Road.
Stone Mill Road, yes, I was going to get the exact address, and I don't.
It's between Nye and Dominion.
Yeah, Nye and Dominion, I know the church, I can see it in my mind. I don't have the address off the top of my head, but this Sunday, it's the 100th anniversary. The service is at 10 a.m. It's an outdoor service. They were very innovative. They learned a lot during COVID with outdoor services. It's been very popular, so they're continuing that, and it's an invitation to the community. Everyone can attend. I'm hoping to make it out. It will be the first time I have gone to church in a very long time, and my daughter has also expressed interest as going as well to to the dismay of some individuals, I know, but I'm looking forward to taking her. So, Your Worship, I just wanted to announce that because I think it's important. 100 years is a long time.
It is a long time, and I will be there, so maybe I'll see you there. But
Now I'm under obligation.
I go, sounds like I go more frequently than you do. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. There is a Infrastructure Services Business Subcommittee on July 20th at 3 p.m. in Conference Room 3.
Councillor Zanko.
Thank you, Your Worship. There is a Fort Erie Active Transportation Committee meeting tomorrow. That would be July the 12th, here in Conference Room 1 at 5 p.m.
Anyone else? I have on Saturday, July the 16th, starting at 10 a.m. is the art show. What's the name of that? Circle of Art at the Derby Circle in Crystal Beach, and that is courtesy of Friends of Crystal Beach. And also, I don't know if this is a public event, but there's a celebration of Vance Badaway's 25 years in politics. Next Friday, there's a reception at 6:30. If it's not a public event, I guess maybe I've just made it public. I'm sure he would be happy to see all of those who have worked with him or supported him or been engaged with him over the years. If there are no other meetings, then Councillor Dubanow.
Yes, Your Worship, I'll move we adjourn council and committee at 10:26 p.m.
All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you all.